Ladies and gentlemen, FFA members, parents, advisors, and other guests, welcome to the 2024 Nebraska State Fair in Five Points Bank Arena. All roads lead to fun. Thanks for joining us as we get underway with our FFA feeder and market beef show here at the Nebraska State Fair. We're now entering the show arena with class number 1 FFA feeder heifers. Again, class number 1 FFA feeder heifers now exhibiting.
Welcome to the FFA Feeder and Market Beef Show here at Nebraska State Fair. We have in the ring class number 1 feeder heifers. There are 4 heifers in this class ranging in weight from 414 to 488. The first class of feeder heifers, there are 4 classes of feeder heifers today, and then we will be picking our champion feeder heifer.
Well, a good way to start us off here this morning in the feeder heifer show, and a really good place to start. A good heifer from the profile, I guess, of this particular class. She might not be the stoutest, but she is the best built. She still has plenty of dimension when you get on top of her and study her. Awesome from the side in terms of balance and just character up front about her head and her neck. Really a sound structured heifer as well. The black and white heifer that's going to be in 2 does have more shape up high and from behind, and from the side got some neat pieces about length about her front end, length out of her hip. She's not quite as sound structured as our class leader about her hock or her passer, and doesn't balance up quite as nice, but certainly got some neat pieces about power and just shape and still having some extension. Same could be said for this heifer that circles out here. A real fresh haired, nice presented heifer that has some extension from the profile. Her best view is at the standstill. In motion, not quite enough body shape for me, maybe just a little more uncoordinated out of her rear too. And then we close the class with one that's really sound structured, big footed kind of a heifer that just needs some more time for some more muscle and some more body shape. A great way to get us started off. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
Class number 1 results. In first place was J.C. Wolfinger from SEM FFA chapter. Second place goes to Connor Borick from the Howes Dodge FFA chapter. Third place goes to Bailey Setlick from the Ord. And fourth place goes to Dax Shipley from Sandy Creek. Now entering the ring is class number 2 feeder heifers. There are 5 head in this class ranging away from 516 to 530 as they come in the ring. Today's judge is Kendall Reitzenstein from Hershey, Colorado. We'll start with the class number 2 feeder heifers. There are 5 in this class ranging away from 516 to 530.
really a good class here and a good top pair of orange heifers here to kind of describe and break down. I think they're both very different and yet both pretty good. I think the heifer that leads off has the advantage of just shape and muscle and dimension. If you get on the 3/4 view of this pair, not only is she just bigger and bolder about her body shape and her power out of her hip, but I also think she's a little better in her neck and how it ties into her shoulder, a little neater about her shoulder as well and how that ties into her body. Maybe not quite as deep and soft from the profile as the one here in 2, but for me, this one's stout. She's powerful and actually handles and goes around the ring very good at the surface. The one here in 2, like I said, is deeper and softer from the side. Initially, that gravitated me in because she's awesome just from the profile. Still a long-bodied kind of a heifer that's got some shape out of her hip. Comparatively, not as impressive from the rear view. Maybe not quite as good right behind her shoulder, and not quite as good in the way she blends from her neck into her shoulder as well. I'm being critical. That's a good pair of cattle there on the top side. This black heifer that comes in 3rd, really neat from the profile. Love her head shape, her extension of her front end, a smooth shouldered heifer that's probably the longest down her top and longest out of her hip. With that being said, she just needs a little more time, a little more green and juvenile about her body shape back into her flank. Her lines are all there, just needs a little more time here to progress. A good black heifer that circles out next, that's pretty sound structured when she gets out and goes, pretty practical from the profile. I guess in this setting, a little plainer about her front end quality and the way her neck ties in, and just a little plainer from the rear view, but certainly got some practical pieces as she goes forward. Really a big boned heifer here that circles out next, real big at the surface in terms of her bone work, or her foot size and her bone work as well. Just too plain from the profile in this class, down her top and out of her hip. But again, a good class, good top pair to discuss.
Okay, results from Class 2 feeder heifers. In first place goes to Kelsey Amos from Stapleton. Second place goes to Morgan Climate from Central FFA. Third place goes to Kylie Ayers from Adams Central. Fourth place goes to Carly Borick from Howes Dodge. And fifth goes to Evie Schlichtenberg from West Point. Now entering is Class 3 feeder heifers. There are 4 in this class, ranging in weight from 535 to 570.
Good morning, Danny.
Good morning, Tim.
Yeah, it's Tim Burke back with Danny Raver here at the feeder show. We had to stop. Sorry I was a little late. I've been here, but we had to go see how some steers were check weighing for this afternoon. Do a little bit of checking in here.
Yep, and great to be back here at State Fair with you, Tim. And boy, what everybody in Nebraska knows this, and we're going to let everybody else know. The weather can change in a week in Nebraska.
You ain't kidding. It's a lot nicer weather to show steers than it was last weekend.
Boy, last weekend it's 100 degrees, and this morning everybody's wearing a sweatshirt because it's 50 degrees outside. But just a great day for another good show here at the State Fair.
Yep. I know checking water this morning, I dang sure had a sweatshirt on. No doubt about it.
Tim, I hate to say this, but I even put mine on, and usually I don't do that till it's pretty chilly.
Right. It takes quite a bit of difference, a lot of difference between, morning and evening. But so they didn't, as he got her announced, we all know we had Kendall's credentials and all of that on.
Well, I don't know of her credentials. I know where she's from. Maybe you know more than I do, so I'll leave that up to you. Because
I know she started at Redland. She's from she's from by Greeley, but she started at Redland College. She was on 2 national judging team championships there. Finished her degree. Actually, she finished her master's degree there, too, at OSU, but she was part of 2 national championship teams there. Then she went to coach. She coached somewhere else. She was an interim coach for a while at OSU and then took over the program and coached at Colorado State in Colorado and had some real success with them, too. I don't know if they made it quite to national champion or not. But I know they were close. That's the alma mater, so I followed them pretty close. But she's judged, I think, as everybody kind of knows, from one end of the country to the other. But she's currently working for a thing called Saskatoon Colostrum, which it's kind of different. She's working in the private sector right at the moment. Here she is with her comments.
Really a good class here, 4 for 4, a lot of quality in these feeder heifers. A good place to start. The gray heifer, maybe not one to show herself off, but this thing's pretty good, and it all starts at the ground. She's a big-footed, real good structured kind of a female, and yet of the top pair, very different, and this one does have more just punch and power about her body shape, her dimension up high and out of her hip. Balance is exceptionally good from the side. For how stout and how powerful this calf is, I still think she's really good at the surface in terms of just structure and feature. The black heifer in 2, more extended everywhere. I really like her head, her neck, and her shoulder and how it ties in. A long spine, long hipped kind of a heifer that sounds structured too. Deep from the side when you get on top of her and behind, just a little greener in terms of her body shape and out of her hip. Again, I do think she's got all the right pieces as she moves forward. Good top pair here, a little different in terms of kind. The white heifer here that comes out next, I guess between 3 and 4, this one to me is just sounder structured. I like her angles off both ends, her reaching ability from behind, her look from the profile's good. Just doesn't have quite as much today in terms of genuine base width going away from you or coming in, but from the side and on the move, I like that heifer. This white-footed one does have more to her today than that one we just discussed. Up high and from behind, she's big in terms of her hip and still gives you a really nice look from the profile. Just needs to be sounder as you watch her go off of her hock and her pastern, but certainly got a lot of power. Let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause.
Ready? Yeah. Well, winning that class was Baron Strope from the O'Neill FFA chapter. Second goes to Paisley White. Third to Blake Mueller. And fourth in that class was J.C. Wolfinger from the Sumner Interville Miller FFA chapter. It's hard to do because they have every kind out here, Danny, but it's always interesting, and now it looks like we're getting some big old stout, more breeding heifers. They call it a feeder heifer show, and they had calves yesterday. This is always a challenge for a judge. Are they breeding heifers or are they feeder heifers? We had that open jackpot show Kench Lake put on for like the 15th, 16th, whatever. We've been here 15 years, and I know he's done it all 15. Plus, I think he started there, and they split it. And they had they had market heifer calves, and they had breeding heifer calves. And that was kind of it was neat to see because it was different, and they weren't all the same. But it's a challenge as a judge with these heifers,
Well, yeah, and we talked about this last week when we were talking this, that they let them show them heifer calves as breeding heifers now.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of a feeder. They call it feeder heifers. And, we talked last week, and we're going to see it here coming up real shortly because we start with the market heifers today before the steers.
Which always
scares
last week
me. But no, that's a deal. We got a lot of these seals raised here in Nebraska, or everybody that's raising cattle. We're breeding them ones. We're breeding them for a steer, and we get a heifer. Well, they kind of need to be showed as a market heifer, in my opinion, because that's what they are.
And where I'm going with that is Vaughn came up with a great new idea this year. We had a female steer producers show on Tuesday, and they weren't real long on numbers, 20-some head, but boy, were they good. I mean, it was a shootout. Every class looked like a division drive. There wasn't anything hardly that didn't belong there. But I'm not taking anything away from yesterday's heifers, but you bring that shorthorn out here that's standing up here first. She wins the shorthorns yesterday breeding heifer show. Probably or close. Very close. She might win this too, but. And I'm not saying that stepping on anybody's toes yesterday. That's not how I mean it. But to me, I read her as breeding heifer.
Yeah, no, she's a breeding heifer.
Heifer show, a shorthorn marked heifer, I think overwhelms the set just in terms of genuine power and shape and dimension from the rear view. She's still, from the profile, the long-hipped, long-sided heifer that gives you a good balance. Look, we could maybe modify her hip and her hind leg structure just a little, but I like her body shape, really stout and powerful up high and from behind. The baldy heifer is probably just a little bit deeper and softer from the profile, perhaps. I like this one from her mid-body body back into her flank. She's got a good design from the profile. In motion, a little shorter and rounder out of her hip, and consequently doesn't balance up quite as good as our class leader there, but still a good heifer in terms of center body dimension. Black heifer here does have the advantage in terms of hip length and hip power than the heifer we just discussed. I like her from the profile in terms of extension, just a little coarser about her kind, and her shoulder in terms of her hock as well. That's a good class, though. Good way to close us out in this feeder heifer show.
We got Emberlyn Johnson from Palmyra FFA winning that class. Second goes to Katie Groth from West Point FFA, and third from the Aurora FFA chapter, Ava Myers. Those were all three really good heifers. Now we're going to bring back our champions. We got JC Wolfinger out of Class 1 from SEM FFA. Kelsey Amos from Stapleton FFA chapter out of Class 2. Class 3 will be Berenstrope from O'Neill. In Class 4, the heifer we just saw was Emberlyn Johnson from Palmyra. That's your neck of the woods. You know anything about that one? What that
I don't know what she is. I'd have to do a little finding out. But no, that is be Squire Johnson's daughter.
Okay.
That's Squire Johnson's daughter.
Well, then we know it's a shorthorn. Okay.
Well, yeah, now he does have a few crossbreds or shorthorn composites and that. And I don't know what this one is, but no, that would be Squire Johnson's daughter there.
Okay, I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Squire, he's had those shorthorns since they invented them.
Yeah. Yep, him and the Crawfords down there, he worked for them. And they've done that forever.
Still does.
Now Squire's putting in embryos.
Makes us embryos every day. That's
he puts in
thing.
embryos with Brent Nicely now and that, but that's who that is. So. Like you said, she might look more like a breeding heifer type compared to a few of them.
She's good.
She's a good heifer.
These are nice, deserving champions, and they're all good. But there's a lot of difference, where you're going to put your priorities, like between her and the heifer of Baron Stropes, the gray heifer right ahead of her.
Yeah.
Here we go. I think she's ready to dock.
Started off strong here on day 2, and I think all 4 of these class winners in respective seconds, good cattle. Obviously come in a different package or two, but that's okay. I think there's a lot of future in these things, whatever they decide to do with them, but I do think there's a lot of quality. Just in terms of muscle shape and body shape, I think all 4 of these have that. There's maybe a couple of them and maybe a second that'll fit in here in a minute that I think have the extras of just skeletal quality, balance from the profile. Again, a great way to get us started off. We're going to get you a champion reserve. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kids.
There you go, Baron Strope with our champion heifer. And I know that's an In God We Trust. And I know she sibbed the one that was really successful last year, and she was in the top 3 or 4 in that top 5 in the feeder deal. They made the feeder heifer show against the steers on, because they gave a lot of the money to the breeding heifer show. But, there was $6,000 up last week at that feeder show on Wednesday night. She's been here all week, and she's tired of being at the feeder show.
Yeah, she's one of them that don't know if she wants to be a show calf yet, but she's a little stubborn today.
She was, and she let out good before. Here comes Bruce. He speaks Charlet. We got Hasselbeck out there. Yeah. He likes those white ones.
He was the second in that class.
Kept them together, Paisley White. Or no?
No, I think we had that wrong. I think it was JC Wolfinger that was second in that class.
Oh, did we get that wrong? What do we got for a number?
Well, JC would have had one, the class winner, so somebody else showed that one, Tim, but I'm sure it was JC. I had it different than you. I think it was JC Wolfinger that had the reserve.
Boy, I don't know.
We'll find out here in a second. We'll see what.
Yeah, let's let the big voice guy tell us.
And he's trying to think too, because we got a different number on the kid and that, and it was because she had 2. That JC Wolfinger won that first class, so I think she had somebody grab that one. Because I had them wrote down different, then I switched because I thought I had them wrong. We'll find out who the
Let's
reserve
see
feeder
what
heifer
he's-
was here shortly.
Our feeder heifer division champion and reserve champion here at the 2024 Nebraska State Fair. We'll shift gears here, move over to our feeder steer show, Class 1. Now entering the show arena, FFA feeder steers, Class 1.
Yeah, he's just going to have to wait and see, too.
Yeah. But we'll go ahead and move on. We're going on to our first class of feeder steers. There are 4 classes of feeder steers today, but in our first class we have 6 head, ranging in weight from 470 to 515.
Curiosity has me. One way to whip this cat. Good to see the Legacy Livestock girls out here at work. One thing about it, guys at home, if you're looking for pictures or whatever, Heidi and the crew do a great job.
Show arena. We want to thank you for stopping by to support today's Youth and Agriculture through our FFA shows here at the Nebraska State Fair. We'd also like to introduce you to our judge here today.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell me.
Comes to us from Colorado. She grew up on a 250 head cattle operation, showed cattle, pigs, and horses growing up. Kendall competed on the national champion team at Redlands Community College and then continued on to Oklahoma State University, where they were named the reserve national champion team. She was fortunate enough to be an All-American at both, and after undergrad, she was the assistant coach at Oklahoma State University for 2 national champion teams and completed a Master's of Science. She went on to Colorado State to coach the judging team for 3 years and currently works for Saskatoon Colostrum as the executive sales representative for the U.S. and raises cattle for youth exhibitors. She's done a great job. We're glad to have her for the second day here at the Nebraska State Fair. Please give a warm Nebraska welcome to our judge as she goes to work, Kendall Reitzenstein.
No, she's going to tell you. You're fine. Not me, her. What do we got here left? We got, oh, that's Catherine Neighbor with
the white one.
Ray Heifer, I believe, yeah. And then Erica, you can do that one, Shishwal.
I was going to let you do that one because that's why I was waiting for you on that one. Well, here's our judge with her placings.
Yep.
Really strong class and a good pair here on the top side. And there's some differences, and I'm telling you, it's very close. The one that leads off of the pair is just stouter. I like his body shape. I like where he's at. I know this is the first class, but when you get on top of him, he's quite a bit more opened up out of the back of his shoulder and out of his upper hip and his lower quarter as well. Now, he's not quite as sound as the 1 and 2. I would like to maybe just allow this one's hip to allow him to reach and go a little bit more comfortably out of his rear skeleton. That thing's awesome from the side, though. His head shape, the way it ties into his neck and his shoulder there, really just a nice steer that balances good, and I read him just to be a little stouter, a little squarer from his base all the way up. This 1 and 2, it's close because he's quite a bit sounder structured. He's awesome from the side. His hip is longer than our class leader, and his reaching ability is class leading. Now, the question is, when you get on top of him and behind him, is there enough calf there? I don't know if there is. Right behind his shoulder and in his upper pin placement, again, he'll progress well because he's built good. He's awesome from the side. It's a good pair to discuss. Very different in an area or two. Nothing taken away from this steer in 3 because this is a good steer as well. He's practical in terms of his body shape. He's got a good set just feet and legs underneath of him and still balances relatively good. Now, compare him to those 2 that precede him. He is just a little bit plainer up front. He's a little bit plainer about his shoulder and out of his hip. But that's an awesome steer just in terms of practical pieces and certainly should mature and feed very well. The one that comes next, very, very big in terms of his body shape and his muscle design up high, perhaps just a little bit bigger in those areas than the steer we just talked about. From the profile, just a little more compact about his hip and up front, about his head and his neck, but certainly got some body shape and some power. We close the class with a pair of steers, both very long, both very extended kind of steers that give you a nice balanced look at the stop. Just need more muscle, just need a little more time to progress in terms of their lower body shape. Again, a great way to start us off here in the Feeder Steer Show. Let's congratulate those kids.
All right. Did I read it right? And do we have Catherine Neighbor winning that class? Or
yes.
Do we know which one's which? Okay, I couldn't tell for sure on those 2, but okay. So Catherine Neighbor from Seward County. Now, that wouldn't be Trevor's. It'd be a cousin, or he ain't old enough to have a daughter, but that's got to, I mean, neighbors are neighbors. But anyway, that Seward's a little over there. But anyway, Catherine Neighbor from Seward chapter wins. Erica Shiskow from Meridian was second in that class. Third was Eva Schlickbrand. Fourth goes to Sarah Mead. Fifth to Lane Belina. And sixth to Nathan Grice. Coming in now, we got 4 of them. We always put 3 on the other page. I don't know. We got Audra Groth, Jalen Wolfinger, Kale Taubenheim, and Jaden Thompson. We had a heck of a time yesterday, and I don't know if it hurt him or not, but it was about to drive me nuts. They have them all in order, and they had them all in age order, but they could not get those kids to bring them in that age order. A lot of times it didn't matter if it was 1 or 2, but you take a big class of, 8, they put the Marches and Aprils together. Makes a lot of difference if you're a March 2nd or an April 27th.
Yeah, big difference.
There was one a guy with a Hereford heifer in there that goes third with a, and first thing, and the big ones on either side of her. She was a March 27th or April 27th into these Marches.
So she looked little.
It'd be danged if she said she'd like to see a little more weight per day of age, and that would be a little bigger, And maybe that was true anyway, but there's a lot of things. I wonder if our Pulse lady, all this stuff will be on the Pulse. Rudy Pooch is taking pictures today for the Pulse, and maybe Rudy knows who was reserve. We're going to find out one way or the other who was the reserve heifer.
That's why I'll go yell at my sister here in a second if I have to. And I'm sure she's got it down.
By God, talked to her yesterday and got the name of our new coach.
Oh, you did?
Yep, he doesn't start till...
Yeah, he's not starting till the end.
He's not starting yet, so...
Yeah, he's finishing up stuff down there at Okie State, but we got a new judging coach coming for Lincoln there, so...
Yep. Oklahoma State man out of Minnesota. Where else originally?
You know more than I do. I just knew that they hired somebody new.
I'm excited. It was a very good resume.
Another good class here and a good this steer to lead us off, and does so fairly handily. Awesome from the profile in terms of just balance and lines for a calf. He's big at the surface in terms of his foot size. His structure looks good. He's maybe a little nervous out here and wants to pop every once in a while, but I think, again, his angles read long term. And yet, get on top of him and from behind, more importantly, he's got body, and he's got muscle shape up high and out of his hip. A good place to start. The black steer here is probably just a little more extended everywhere than our class leader. I like this steer's muscle. He's expressive backed. He's expressive in terms of his hip. He still pieces together pretty good from the profile. Maybe doesn't have the overwhelming lower body dimension or just full rib and center heart today as our class leader, but that's still a good steer that I think has the right pieces to go ahead and feed and move forward to be here in 2. The paint that comes next does have the advantage in terms of just body shape. He's overwhelming from that perspective. Very good in terms of his hip dimension as well. Just a little bigger in terms of his shoulder, and I guess for how big he is up high, he could use just a little more bone, a little more feature underneath of him. And then we close out with a steer that is very expressive, especially from the rear view. He's a long-hipped, long-sided kind of a steer. It's a little coarser in terms of his kind today, but again, a good class here. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids.
All right, winning that class was Cale Taubenheim from Amherst FFA chapter. Second class was Jalen Wilfinger from SEM. Third in that class went to Jaden Thompson. And fourth goes to Audrey Groth from Booth Central. Very good, real good steer to start that class. Need to tease Cale a little bit, see if he's got a little gelby in that one. I wonder.
Well, I don't.
Okay, so now we got 552 to 569. Pretty narrow here. 4 steers. We've got Luke Bellina, Riley Funk, Kelsey Amos, and Tucker Rutt. Your turn. Still don't know who was reserve heifer for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go investigate this.
You don't even have to do that. I'll get it figured out here shortly. I just got to get time to text somebody. And
I just know it was out of there was a second place in that class.
That's all, we can agree to that.
We got that, but
I was really kind of hoping it was that white heifer. She's a full flush unanimous high key.
Oh, really?
And it looks like her, but I'm not sure if that's the one it is or not. I might be wrong there. I'll tell you what, you put all of these kids in these same shirts.
Jim, I'll tell you what. I see these kids and you see them 6 months later and you don't recognize
That's
them.
exactly right. Somebody said that. They caught me saying that, but I made a comment. There's a gal I hadn't seen since the jackpot show this spring, and they were out here showing. I couldn't figure out who it was. I'm like, oh, my goodness. I mean, she might have grown like 4 inches tall. I mean, they just shoot up and then. And I don't get to go, you're probably the same way. You don't get to go to as many of these jackpots. I mean, there's too much to do, and you don't see them all the time. And
I see them maybe twice a year if I'm lucky, and maybe sometimes not that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, see them now and see them next year at State Fair, and things change.
It's hard to get out and go. And that is what Luke Bellina pulling in.
Well, we got a placing on this class. We'll turn it over to our judge.
And much like the last class, I think he does so fairly handily. Balance, structure, look, design, and more importantly, he's got muscle shape up high and muscle shape out of his hip. He maybe has a little extra sheath, and it throws his look off just a tad. But again, that's a little detail. I think all the pieces, the hard-to-put pieces, are there just in terms of muscle and still being smooth and still looking really neat from the profile. The white steer that's going to be in 2 is big-bodied and stout and powerful up high and from behind. He has the advantage over the steer here in 3. Comparatively, a little shorter, rounder out of his hip and doesn't maybe balance quite as good from the side as our leader here, but that's a good steer. Long-necked, got some shape, got some power and some body as he progresses forward. He looks like he should feed extremely nice. The Baldy steer, very smooth-made. He's smooth-shouldered. He's really good down his top line and out of his hip design. A little frailer at the ground. We could stouten and intensify his bone work and his foot size up, but that's a good steer just in terms of balance, smoothness, and pretty sound structured as well. The white flank steer that circles out next, he probably does have a little more feature and just bone underneath of his framework than the one we just talked about. He just needs to be sounder structured in terms of his rear skeleton. But again, he's got muscle and he's definitely got power at the ground. Good class.
Okay, results of Class 3 feeder steers. In first place goes to Kelsey Amos from the Stapleton FFA chapter. Second place goes to Riley Funk from Lawrence Nelson. Third place goes to Tucker Rutt from Arthur County. And fourth goes to Luke Bellina from the Howes Dodge FFA chapter. At this time, we'll be entering Class 4 of the feeder steer show with 4 head in this class, ranging in weight from 598 to 653.
Second place purple was to Riley Funk of Lawrence Nelson, FFA. In first place purple, class winner goes to Kelsey Amos of Stapleton.
Okay, we got Amberlyn Johnson. It looks like maybe with that heifer's full brother.
Well,
being they're the embryo people that they are, it's kind of built, kind of colored about exactly the same.
And no, I'll have to, I don't see Squire on the outside here. No, there I see Squire now. I can send him a quick text and find out if they are related and that. But
yeah,
we got 2 shorthorns in the class here. So.
My God. Nice to see how, the breed steers have been making a comeback across the country, and it'd be nice to see a few more. I'd like to see the classes for them, and let them show. Here they've kind of put that 4-H show. They've got to where they put all of those breeds show for one place to get out there with all the crossbreds. So the Angus deal and the shorthorns have really hurt themselves a little bit doing that. I'd like to see them get enough sponsorship back where the Angus can parade and the Hereford and the Shorthorn and all that stuff. And, but during the year they're worth a lot. Junior nationals, stuff like that. They get a lot of mileage out of those breed steers. What are you learning? You learn anything?
Well, I'm texting, so we'll find out here in a minute.
Okay.
I see him. He's over here texting me back. He's looking for me somewhere in the stands, and he don't quite see me, but he did send me a text here.
Tell him if he doesn't answer, we're going to talk nasty about him.
Well, he replied something. I asked him something different. He didn't read his text very cleverly from me. I'll have to give him a bad time that he ain't reading very close.
Well, she's got a class winner, unless I'm just blind. And
yeah, no, that's enough.
I might be blind, deaf, and dumb, but that one, Conrad Kaminsky's, I believe they showed that one. Here's our judge. I believe they showed that one pretty well Wednesday.
Another good class here to close us out, and a good black steer that leads us off, and one to me that looks like a good fat steer in the making, just about his head shape, his neck, down and through his chest floor. He balances up really nicely from the profile as well. He's got some body shape. He's got some turn out of the top of his spine into his hip. His angles read good to me. He's maybe just a little awkward moving today in terms of his loin and out of his rear skeleton. I don't know if it's causing a huge issue because I still think his angles read correct, but that steer looks like a really good fat steer in the making, just in terms of muscle shape, body, and his head and neck and chest. This is Shorthorn Mark steer that's going to be in 2. A neat looking steer about his front end and his neck and how it ties in so high. He's big up high, big in terms of his pin placement down into his stifle. Comparatively, he just doesn't have the extras as our class leader, and we could maybe just set him down a little better off of both ends of his framework here in motion. That's a good steer, though, in terms of look and balance and hip and design. The black steer that comes in 3, maybe a little more practical in terms of his top line and his hip length and his skeleton than the one we just talked about. You know, by himself, I think he's got plenty of shape, comparatively runs out of gas just a little in terms of body and true dimension. And then the shorthorn mark steer here that closes us, long, extended, real pretty steer just in terms of top line and length out of his front end. With his extension, though, just needs more body, needs a little more time for some more muscle. But again, a really good class here to close us off. Ringside, let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Okay, results from Class 4 feeder steers. In first place goes to Conrad Kaminsky from Loop City FFA chapter. Second goes to Emerlyn Johnson from Palmyra. Third is Bailey Setlick from Ord. And fourth goes to Grady Shishow from Meridian. At this time, we will be picking our champion feeder steer. From Class 1, we have Catherine Neighbor. Class 2, Kale Taubenheim. Class 3 is Kelsey Amos. And Class 4 is Conrad Kaminsky. They will be our class winners in contention for the champion feeder steer. It looks like, Tim, we got a real nice set of feeder steers out here to pick from today. That's a good set of
Ain't no
class
doubt
winners.
all 4 of them look like they're going to work and go on and be good projects for everybody.
Yes.
I know I got my favorite, but I'm not going to take anything away from those other ones.
No, I think they're all real nice projects. So,
there's one of them I'd like to put in my barn or on my sale and or do about whatever with him. That one looks like he's built for the long haul.
yeah.
Let's see if we got any. Wasn't that easy yet.
These are 4 really nice class winners and a lot of differences. And I'll be honest, you could probably go a few different ways and see how you want to project these things out or judge them for what they are today. I am going to describe them just briefly. The steer out of Class 1 at the standstill is awesome. I love his head, his color, his body shape, and his power from behind. In motion, he wants to shuffle just a little out of his hip and his hind leg. But that one, if he just sets down and matures the right way, I love his proportions, his look, and his balance from the profile. This 1 and 2, he's much like our Class 1. He's awesome from the side. I like his foot shape and his foot design. You know, out here, he's maybe just wanting to get a little, again, a little awkward off of his left hind leg, maybe not quite as comfortable as what I'd like, but right there, he's awesome about his just look. His body texture's good, his shape out of his hips good. Again, maybe just a little awkward out of his hip design and hip today, but again, that thing's got a lot of quality. The 1 out of 3 is maybe the different one in this lineup, and I don't mean that in a bad way. He's really sound structured, probably the soundest structured steer of the lineup. He balances good from his shoulders back especially. He's got plenty of muscle. Is he the stoutest one out here? Probably not, but I still like him. He's good bodied. He's got a little extra sheath, maybe a little extra shoulder, and a little plainer about his head and just his neck carriage up front compared in the water out here. But that's still a good steer, like I said, real sound. And then the steer that came out of the last class, probably the biggest footed and just heaviest duty steer of the set. Big in terms of his top line. He's big out of his hip. I like his body shape. To me, his head and his neck and his chest suggests like he's going to feed into a good fat steer. Right there, I think his angle's read very good. I know these steers, this is probably their first show, so they're probably a little awkward and just a little timid out here, but I do think that steer looks like he's going to feed extremely good and still has power, awesome from the profile. This is a good lineup, and like I said, I commend these kids and wish them the best of luck moving forward. I do think there's a lot of quality, a lot of differences, but again, congratulations. Let's go ahead and congratulate them one more time with a big round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
Danny, I don't think that is that one's first rodeo. I think that one was in the top couple three at our feeder show, too, if I remember right. But that was Conrad Kaminsky from Loop City with the champion feeder steer. And that'll bring up Amberlyn Johnson with her shorthorn. You ever figure out what her shorthorn was?
No, I have not figured it out because I texted Squire and he must not read the text right because I asked him what they were and he didn't reply to that.
He said, yes, they are.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
I just guessed.
That's what he told me. He said, yes, there are shorthorns. So.
Okay, and our reserve comes out of the second class. And I would.
That'd be Kelt Oppenheim.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep, Kelt Oppenheim was reserve. Well, that was they weren't huge on numbers, 20 and 20 about, but that was a darn good set.
Yeah, real good set of feeder steers, I thought. So
now we're going to start. Now we got the market heifers. We've got
it looks like we got the feeder heifer back up here. So I don't know if we pick a champion feeder heifer. Or
I bet they do.
Feeder calf or not.
We're FFA, so do we go gold, silver, bronze?
I don't know what they'll do here, but they do. It looks like they're all staying right here. So
yeah,
looks like we're going to pick an overall feeder calf the way it looks. They don't say nothing in our program about that, but I think that's what we're doing.
But I bet we maybe do.
So at that time, we'll be bringing in our champion feeder heifer and our feeder steer, and we'll pick an overall feeder calf.
Good thing you're on the ball.
I've seen a lady come here and get a program. Would you pass?
Yeah, we had one extra one. Where did you find them at? Up at the office?
Yeah.
They're up there at that office up there. So, you bet. Hey, hold on a minute. Run over there.
Oh, you're a good man.
Timmy wants a Diet Mountain Dew. And give me a water. And anything you want.
Yeah. And please make sure it's diet. I'm watching my Figner. Yeah, we got to get the Diet Mountain Dew in us. Okay, now we are. You're right. We're going to pick a grand. An overall grand. So we got Conrad Kaminsky's steer, and then we got Baron Strope's heifer, and then we got Kale Topman. Whoop. Let's let her talk.
This is just the start of these things' careers, so just best of luck to you kids moving forward. I think you've got some awesome projects on your hands that you should be really excited about and move forward with them. Very good lineup. I think it's neat. It may be a little complicated that we bring the heifers and the steers together, but it doesn't take away from the quality out here. I'm going to go ahead and use the 2 steers for champion and reserve, use the heifer here for 3rd overall. Let's congratulate all these kids.
So just like we said before, again, the grand is Conrad Kaminsky and reserve is Kale Toppenheim. And you know what I'm about to say next, don't you? What's coming up?
Well, it's time for the market heifer stand.
Yeah, but that ain't what I'm going to say if she thinks that's complicated. We've had this talk way too many times in my life, and everybody knows how I feel about it. And I truly feel if you do not live in Nebraska, Iowa, part of South Dakota, and I might give a few exceptions, maybe in Missouri. That's about it. Minnesota usually is pretty good, but if you do not understand market heifers.
Yep, no.
It just, like in Colorado where she grew up in her defense, that's just not a thing.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
it's not.
They bring a few, but it just, it's never paid anything. It never does anything. And, of course, where I'm really going with this, I'm building a case for the steer producers class, that deal that Vaughn started this year. And what I'm talking about is having it. I mean, we're making these every day, Danny. I mean, we're making a lot of them. And they're terminal cross females in some places that meant to be market heifers. Then we've got some that are going to make great cows, and the judges get stuck between which is which.
Uh-huh.
And, are you going to take them on and breed them? Are you going to, let's let the exhibitor decide. But if they come out in the market heifer class, they're market cattle.
Yeah.
There's millions of them killed every year, and all over the country in feed yards. We feed a lot of heifers. Thankfully, the market says we're still feeding a lot of heifers, which is helping the cattle market. I'm not going to start playing. I don't think I'm Corbett Wall, so I don't think I'm going to give you any feeder cattle reports from this morning. Don't really want to talk about it right now because they've been eating the crap out of us for a week. Oh, here's our man. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Now we'll wake up. We'll be able to wake up a little bit.
In that, but no, we talked about this last week when we were doing the 4-H show, Tim, that, the market heifers, and boy, for anybody that didn't watch that last week, the old market heifer
awesome.
show, that whole market heifer show, the champion and reserve were real good. I mean, like real good.
You bet.
But I thought there was about 6 or 7 in that show that were very high quality.
Taking nothing. So. It took a great steer to beat her. But, when the show was over, and they were done with the pictures, I was just driving out, and Jared said, I talked to the judge for a minute, and he goes, you don't know how close that was. So I better put him in the market heifers are okay category. He said it took an awfully good steer to beat that market heifer.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's.
Which he had, he had some heat and thunder, but he just, I mean, I'd like to see more of it because I think it helps us all. If we're producing them, it helps them market them.
Yeah. But no, like we've said, and he said that last week when he was picking his market heifer champion, that all of us raising steers, or everybody out there raising steers, they're breeding them to be a steer, but we get heifers, and at least there's a place to go with them as market heifers.
Absolutely.
Because that's what they are.
You look at what the lambs are doing and the goats are doing with the weather dams and the the weather does and stuff. I mean, it's a great deal. And speaking of that lamb show over there, got a good friend of mine, Glenn Martin's over there sorting them lambs. I'm going to tell you what, if you want to hear somebody judge, you want to watch somebody judge, I think people get more familiar with him because he did we did Iowa Beef Expo. He was one of the 3 judges in Denver at steer show stuff. But you want to hear somebody who's got something good to say on the microphone, somebody that knows how to talk, and somebody that'll get it right. That's class act over there running that microphone.
Uh-huh.
We are lucky. We've had a good run judges this year. We've had a lot of them that it's helping the fair. We've stepped it up a lot of different ways. Uh-oh. I'm going to get chewed out, so I better turn this off.
Am I in trouble already?
Okay, to everybody that is watching online here, we did take a short pause that our judge did go up to the backdrop to take pictures with the feeder calves while they were still here in case, with it being on the Monday of Labor Day, some of these kids and families, once they're done showing, they'll be getting ready to pack up and go home. So they're doing the pictures of the feeder calves as we speak at the backdrop with the judge. Once they are done with that, we will go into the Market Heifer Show. In the Market Heifer Show, we have 2 that are registered Market Heifers. That means that they were papered as a breed animal. Whether it be, I don't know if we'll have a Maine or Key Shorthorn, what breed we have. We have 2 of them. And then we'll get to the Crossbred Market Heifers, and there are 5 classes of Crossbred Market Heifers with a total of 27 head. So at this time, it looks like our judge is coming back into the ring. And we will get started with the Market Heifer Show. At this time, we will be starting with the registered Market Heifers. There are 2 of them that range in weight from 1268 to 1278. And when they got everything ready here, we'll go ahead and get started again. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and start with the Market Heifers. Like we talked earlier, this is the registered Market Heifer class. There are 2 heifers in this class, ranging in weight from 1268 to 1278.
With our FFA market show, and first in the show arena here.
Well, just a pair here, registered Market Heifers, and a really nice pair. I commend these kids. The Shorthorn Heifer is going to lead us off, and one that hits you really good from the side right there. You get your hands on them. This one's the smoother handling heifer that still has more body shape, looks to be a little more practical, but from her chest, forerib, back into her flank, and still has the basics of muscle up high and out of her hip. Just a good heifer here to go ahead and be champion registered market heifer. The Simmental heifer that's going to be in 2, I'll be honest, this one probably feeds into the backside of her shoulder with a little more shape, a little more turn in terms of her loin edge, and really stout and powerful from the rear view as well, down into her stifle. Not as practical from a structure standpoint, not as practical from a body standpoint, but a good pair of them there in the registered market heifer show. Let's go ahead and congratulate both of those kids.
And then the registered market heifers. First place goes to Emerson Peterson from the Logan View FFA. Second place goes to Skylar Sudback from the Harrington Newcastle FFA chapter. At this time, we'll go into our Crossbred Market Heifer Show. In Class 1, we have 2 heifers ranging in weight from 1050 to 1085. Class 1 market heifers, there are 2 head ranging away from 1050 to 1085. Okay, Tim, we're back on with you.
Yep, we got a couple market heifers here. Lightweights here. I'm going to have to, I was just getting a list. We're giving away a trailer again, 1-year lease. Amy Hawkswell was just up here talking about the group we got together. She's going to talk these pretty fast, but the champion overall market animal is going to get the use of a trailer for a year. Wilson trailer, it's sitting out here. It's beautiful. Last year's the first we did it. Weston Robertson used it and got it back this year and got the opportunity to buy a year-old trailer that he'd been using for $20,000. Now, if you think you can buy a 7x24 with 2 cut gates roll for $20,000 at the Wilson dealer down here in Grand Island, you just get right after it, and I'll take 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a great deal they've got going, and they got a group together, and not a very big group stood behind it, and they are doing it out. Wilson trailers are in on it, Hawkswell Trucking, Dorn Cattle, Henderson State Bank, Cooper Feeds, Dawson County Cattlemen, and Acres Equipment. So there's not that many guys to get it done, and that's a pretty good undertaking, and it's great. I mean, these kids deserve it. They work hard, and this is just a great event.
No, that is great that they do that, and they get the use of that trailer.
It's pretty cool.
And Tim, I know it's not here in the program this week like last week, but the Nebraska Elite Beef is giving some money again today for the champions here. We'll come on to that here in a minute. We'll talk about that after she talks this first class of market heifers when we get into that second class.
Good pair here to start us off in the market heifer show. The white heifer, to me, has more muscle shape. You get your hands on her in behind your shoulder. She's the stouter, wider chested, stouter forearmed heifer that facilitates more shape in behind her blade, into her loin and her upper hip, and tracking away. If you get in behind this pair, she's got more natural base width, and she's just got more punch and power. Now, the black heifer in 2, she is just a little more correct in terms of her fore rib back into her last rib, and just handle quality is there. She's a sound structured heifer as well. From a muscle standpoint, she just needs to be stouter up high and into her upper hip and going right away in terms of base width. That's a good pair, though. Very different in terms of type and kind. Congratulations to both those kids.
Results from Class 1 market heifers. In first place, we have Tyron Ray from the Northwest FFA chapter. In second place, we have Evie Slickburn from the West Point FFA chapter. At this time, we'll be entering class number 2. Market heifers, there are 7 in this class, and they range in weight from 1125 to 1,200 pounds. Once again, class number 2, market heifers, 7 head, ranging in weight from 1125 to 1,200 pounds. But back to what we were talking about, Tim, earlier,
Yeah.
you know, it's just great that all these people want to donate and help
You
these
bet.
kids out and get them something, you know, whether it be use of the trade or a little monetary
You started
for that
talking
deal,
about
you know. And
you
that,
and Johnny Johnson's deal with the elite beef.
you know, Johnny come to us, I think
24
24 years ago,
I think
whatever it was.
back when we were in the old place.
And,
a long time,
yeah, it was
you
back
know.
when we were still back in Lincoln at the old place, and they were showing 4-H at one end of the Lincoln and FFA down there, what I
Yep.
call the open class barn, because
Yep,
that's what
yep.
it was back a long time ago when they did 4-H and FFA on separate weekends. And that was a number of years ago. That's how I did it, Tim, you know, a long time
I remember
ago.
the days.
And but, you know, them are the days when us older guys sitting here talking to you today, we're showing and that Johnny come together and let's get this group together. And there was 5 of us that went to them and proposed this deal, and they said, yep, fine, you're okay to do that. And we started putting together, and we'd call and send mail out to everybody, and a lot of people involved with this livestock industry, you know, across the state. And and we put together some money, and and if you were here last week on the front page of the 4-H program, it did list everybody that did contribute to that. Yeah, it did. And and it did list all the contributors to that. And we want to thank everybody.
I wish I had one of those, but we could be talking all day. There's a lot of people that did that.
There's a lot of people that do that.
It's a great thing.
But there is that group there, and it was on there, you know, and we just want to thank everybody, you know, that did put to that, and we do that. So
Johnny always talks about going to that first meeting and telling them what he wanted to do, and they were really for it, you know, right away. It's, of course, change is hard, you know, with anybody. And he went to that meeting and goes, well, we're going to do it one way or the other. We can either do it in front of you all and make it good, or we can do it out in the parking lot, you know, and hand it to them, but we're going to do it. So you may as well embrace it and get everybody. We had them blue shirts forever, you know.
Yep, and they let us all sit there. Everybody that did contribute, we sat up there together as a group.
Once they realized what it was, I think they were 100% for it and thought it was great, but it just took them a while to, you know, you're going to do what, you know. And but we did, you know, and Amy just said, Oxbow's up here, you know, these kids deserve it. Kids work hard, you know. We'd like to see, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people out here that wouldn't like to see a livestock sale come back, you know, and have a good one. It takes a lot of work, but we do the work. I know a lot of people that would do it. Well, boy, back to this class. I don't know who's all who, and young man's got the wrong with the gray heifer in third behind the Hereford. Does not have his right number on. I can't find an 893. I've been looking for who that might be, but they brought the Thunder down right away here to them. You know, I mean, some of these, you know, and a heifer will mature a little quicker. I imagine she's going to say some of these are pretty market ready.
You know, they do look, for the most part, Tim, they do look market ready.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just a little bit lighter, but, I mean, they're kind of getting right up in there where they need to be in weight.
You take this young man out here in first, you know, that heifer, you know, she isn't very tall, but by God, she's ready to roll. I bet you. Okay. I think I know what that is. That gray heifer. But I know what that isn't.
Well, Tim, I can tell you this. I know a gray heifer is going to win the class.
Yeah, we got the black ones placed.
We amped up the class here just a little bit. I think the top end of this class is really good and really different types of cattle, but I think both of them represent good kinds. The one that leads off, the difference is she's just more extended everywhere, and plus she's trimmer when you get your hands on her and study her out of the back of her shoulder. She's the longer hipped heifer that's bigger at the ground in terms of bone work and feature, and just massive in terms of her rear view. From the side, I think her main advantage is just her length of neck, her shoulder design, how her chest is laid into her, and how it relates all the way back out through her longer hip. That's a good heifer here to start. That's nothing taken away from 2, because this thing is opened up from any angle you study her. She's awesome in terms of her forerib design, and probably has that advantage over our class leader. A little bigger, a little bolder right behind her shoulder into her mid-body. You know, she too has plenty of shape up high and out of her hip. I don't read her to be quite as extended as our class leader. A little more jammed up, a little more compact out of her hip, and not quite as fresh to the touch up high in terms of her loin edge, in terms of her upper pin placement. That's a very good pair of market heifers here to start us off. The one here in 3 is the rear view of her is intriguing, because she is massive in terms of her upper pin placement, her lower quarter and stifle, probably class leading, to be honest. I love her color. I love her balance from the side. You get on top of her and you get your hands on her. There's a little too much cover there for me in behind her shoulder, and as you study her out through her last rib, that thing's loaded with power, especially from the rear view. Got a neat presence, neat look about her. Just like to tone her back just a little from a finish standpoint. The black heifer that comes next, very expressive, very trim, very good in the top side of her skeleton and out of her hip. Really big turn to her lower hip and her lower stifle. Doesn't balance or piece together maybe quite as good as the few ahead of her, from her chest back into her flank and in motion as well, but she's definitely covers the basics of just muscle shape, very correctly finished kind of a market heifer. Congratulations to her. The Hereford marked heifer that comes next, really good again in terms of finish. Smooth in terms of just coming out of the back of her shoulder into her body, out to her hip. Too straight up front in terms of her shoulder, not as comfortable, and from behind, didn't read her to have quite as much muscle. Good presented kind of a heifer that's real smooth when you get your hands on her. The next 2 that come out, this one to me just has more shape, has more turn into her in terms of her body, out through her hip, just too plain from the side in terms of balance. And then we close the class with a real long extended heifer that does have that advantage over the one we just talked about, but she's also too flat in terms of her body shape and flat up high. Really a good class there. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
Okay, so we got our numbers a little different, because that winning that class was Dylan Rasmussen, Dylan Rasmussen from Pender, FFA, and second in that class went to Kane De La Tour from Arthur County. Third was Cooper Mueller. Fourth goes to Riley Codner. Fifth to Austria Adams. Sixth to Henry Velasic, and seventh to Claire Schindler. I think Dylan, I know they're very active in the lamb thing too. I do know a little about that heifer.
No, I knew that.
I know she come from Joe Hare.
They're showing sheep here today, so I bet she's showing sheep and somebody else was doing the steers. So.
But yeah, we're betting that that one had a sheep. I know they show a lot of lambs. I bet she had to be in 2 rings at the same time Dylan did. But coming in here, we can get back to that. It's coming in here with a second class. We have 8 head, ranging in pounds, ranging in weight from 1207 to 1260.
Schreiber of Adams Central FFA and Henry Blaschick of Blair FFA picking up a blue ribbon. Purple in class awarded to Cooper Muller of Summerlin FFA. Second place purple in class awarded to Kane Delatour of Arthur County FFA. And first place purple class winner awarded to Dylan Westman of the Pender FFA chapter. Those are your results coming out of FFA Market Heifers Class 2. Up next in the show arena here, Market Heifers Class 3 here at the Nebraska State Fair.
We got 2 on the next page again.
Yeah, no, I know we got 2 on the next page, but I don't.
We don't have everybody in here yet if they're all coming.
That's what
We're still looking at the gate. I think we must have a few more to come. Tingles is straightening them out there. We got Kent Frenzen at the gate. No doubt we're going to get the straight story now. No doubt he's going to get it figured out. I ain't so sure. You know, this the market lamb show is going on across the way, hot and heavy, and you know there's so many exhibitors that are showing more than one species, and I ain't so sure we ain't been a little bit of a log jam right now with people coming. They're in good hands. So we got Bruce and Tracy Hasselbrook helping down there in the ring. And I don't see Garrett Scholes yet.
Yeah, we got Graydon Forbes and Garrett Scholes that are listed for this class that aren't here yet.
Garrett's had a good tour down here. He's had a good show. He won that steer mother thing, steer producer show.
Oh, he did.
Real good heifer there. And then he's had a couple breeding heifers run right along. I think he won a breed yesterday with Maines. I think High Maines was one of his. Oh, what are we doing? Again, while we're waiting, don't forget if you're at home or you want to go check it out, Legacy Livestock Images is here taking pictures, and they do an awesome job with candids, and their backdrops will be second to none. So if you're looking for pictures, if you're here last week or whatever, look at Heidi and Charles. Been doing this a long time, and they're some of the best in the business. It's great to have them here. Boy, I don't know about you, but I'm a sucker for them red Brockles, and that one there would be in my pasture every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I'm not saying she's not a good market heifer, because she darn sure is. Okay. Well, maybe we're done. Pulled in $8.99. Pulled in Lindsey Bolton. So that makes her 6th, if I count right. If
we got 6 in here now, Tim. I know the program says 8, unless there was a mistake in the program that I don't know about, that they were steers or something. I don't know, but I don't see them coming in here and that, or nobody running up here like they're supposed to be in this class. So I wonder if there wasn't a mistake in our program.
I wonder if I got the wrong weight. Comes to mind. Well, one of them's on the next page, so he might not. He might think he's in the next class. Let's see, 535B. Kellen Blank, 339. So we got the red Brockle. No, that's Jaylee Halstead in the middle. She won showmanship yesterday on the heifer side.
Oh, she did?
Yep. And absolutely nailed it in her division. 12:37 is 3. Dylan Higbee from Lee comes in third. So I'm going to bet we're down to...
Well, we got a placing on them,
Yep,
Tim.
we
We'll
got
turn it over to
Jaylee.
our
Yep.
judge.
Another really, really strong class of market heifers and a good top pair of cattle. I guess to me, the one that's just more genuine from the ground up in terms of base width is the black heifer. She's not only wider chested when you get in front of the cattle, watch them go right away from you. I do think she has the advantage in terms of just genuine width and muscle. She's got more clearance in terms of just her hock and her upper pin placement. From the outside, both these cattle are great looking. This one's a little longer necked, a little longer from her loin to her tail, and up high, when you get your hands on them, she's actually a little fresher to the touch, and just her grip and her grab out of her shoulder into her body. Now, she doesn't have as much flank, and she needs to be just a little bit softer there to put everything and just piece it together perfectly, but I still think she's got plenty. That's a good heifer here to start. The gray heifer in second, beautifully presented, and I love her body. It is class leading from that perspective, from her forerib, mid-body, back into her flank. She's a good handling heifer that's good in terms of her feet and legs and her structure. From behind, she just needs more muscle. A little flatter in terms of her pin set, just a little narrow in terms of just base width going right away. From the standstill, and just in terms of body shape, love that heifer a good deal. The shorthorn marked heifer that circles around here, bigger from the rear view than the heifer we just discussed. She's got an impressive rear view in terms of upper hip, lower stifle, big in terms of her back shape and her body. To me, she gets a little tighter moving as you watch the cattle go, a little too frail in terms of just her bone and her feature. At the standstill, you could like a lot of things about that particular heifer, especially from her rear view. Black and white heifer, real practical, just basic in terms of body shape, in terms of muscle, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. She covers her base as well. In motion, she gets a little up in her top line, a little shorter in terms of her hip and steeper in her shoulder, but again, the basics are there in terms of body and muscle. She runs into a really tough class here. Orange heifer, again, highly presented. Young man, you've done a great job on this heifer this summer. I love her body shape. She's probably one of the bolder-bodied heifers in this particular class out of the top of her spine. She's also a little plainer, just in terms of shape from behind, and I read her hock design just to be too straight as well. This is a good heifer, though, in a very good class that's fresh, just in terms of body. And in terms of hair and presentation, just too plain from the rear view and a little straighter in terms of her build. A good red heifer here that's big-bodied. She's wide and she's stout from the front view and front three-quarter view. I wish she matched that from behind. I wish she was just a little more comfortable in her skeleton. Really, really good class with a lot of differences. Let's congratulate those kids on all their work this summer.
Absolutely, that was a great class. Winning that class, Jaylee Halstead from Wisner. Second in that class was Paisley Homestead. Yeah, Paisley Homestead from Perkins County. Garrett Scholes was a scratch. Third was Dylan Higbee from Lee, FFA. Fourth goes to Cammie Held in Lee. Also, fifth went to Kellen Blank from Wilcox Hildreth, and sixth goes to Lindsey Bolton from Cross County FFA, again with Graydon Forbes and Garrett Scholes must have either moved or scratched. Now we got Class 3 coming in.
Class 4.
Class 4 coming in. Heifers weighing 1280 to 1335. Well, we think there's 7. There could be 9. There could be 5.
I'm going to say there's going to be 7 the way it looks right now coming through the gates.
Yep.
And that, but no wondered if them two weren't steers and they just had them in the heifer class. You never know, Tim.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll see here
I
a little
mean,
bit. You know what I'm saying?
There's a
And,
lot to do. You know, they haven't been here that long. You got to get them checked in, typed, done all that. There's a lot.
And that, so.
And you were right on the heifer. It was that Wolfinger, by God.
Nope, that's what I thought we did have on that feeder heifer deal. So.
Yep, you got her.
And that, so. Got a little more weight and getting some heifers with a little more weight to them. And boy,
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
You got some powerhouse.
Jim, this looks like a real good class of heifers
Yep.
in here. So we'll see how she gets them sorted.
And you got the names in here, too. You go right down the line. I mean, there's been 3 or 4 of these that have been very successful this summer. And a couple probably that have been successful that we don't even know about. You know, you get out west and they got a whole different set of shows. And you get these turned around and get on the rail, you're going to see some differences. A lot of really good cattle that are darn sure made a little different. I would venture to guess that the cover on these probably all ought to be pretty acceptable.
Well, yeah, because we're getting that weight at the 1280 to 1355 for these heifers, and they all sure look like it from here, Tim. That they,
you know, and typically a heifer will grade a little quicker.
Yeah. And so no, I think we're all going to be acceptable in that.
You bet.
Part of the deal, but as they start to circle here, I'll tell you what, this is going to be. She's got her work cut out for her on this class.
Everybody probably knows I've got my favorite in here, but I'm telling you what, there's a lot of ways to go. There are a lot of good heifers. And this will give Miss Kendall a welcome to Nebraska.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, get up, Cal. There you go. We placing her walking here, Danny. You know.
Well, I think she's placed a couple of them here.
Maybe she has. I like that we got that circle, and I really liked the showmanship last weekend when old Tyler Weingartner judged the heifers, and he said, you know, when you walk, have a purpose. So we got 7s coming in. And then there were two. Okay, what do we... So we're down to Colin Verbke with a painted heifer and Clayton Pribble.
Two really good heifers.
Yeah, they really are. I have no doubt the Pribble heifer, I believe, came from Stoltz's. That's usually where they get them.
Yeah,
I'd
no,
be
that's where they
surprised if
usually come from. And
of course, the Verbke heifer come from us. So here we have it again, Burke and Stoltz. Always a battle. Usually Burke goes second, Stoltz beats us. Maybe we can change her today. The Pribble family's been had a couple really good heifers the
Very
last
good
couple of
heifers.
years. They've been really pushing that heifer thing.
Well, I didn't have time to get coffee this morning, but this class right here just woke me up quite a bit. This is a very, very good pair of market cattle, market heifers, whatever they are, they're both very good. And yet they're a little different, and I'm going to try to break them down as best as I can. The heifer that leads of the pair to me is fresher. She's a little fresher and a little squarer in her edge up high. If you watch the cattle circle, to me, she's bigger footed, and that allows her to reach and go a little bit more aggressively. She's a little neater about her head and how it ties into her shoulder and the base of her chest. What makes it really close is this one's not lacking of body shape in any regard, but she's not as extreme bodied as the heifer in 2. This one could maybe be just a little bit deeper back into her rear rib and flank. Aside from that, if you get your hands on the pair, this one to me is just a little more grooved up right behind her shoulder into her loin edge, and she is wider tracking if you get right in behind the cattle and watch them go away. Both these things are dressed to the nines. They're both incredibly good from the side. Little details are sorting these things. The black and white heifer, beautiful marking, beautiful from the profile. I already discussed her advantage to me in terms of lower body design. The middle part of her rib cage back into her flank is ideal. I think her chest is still sat into her good as well as we get into these heavier weight cattle. By no means is she light muscled. She's got plenty. Now, in a comparative sense, she's a little plainer up high, a little plainer in terms of her shape, a little plainer into her pin set and down into her stifle. And to me, she's smaller footed and consequently doesn't take quite as aggressive of a step as you get in behind them and watch them go. I'm being pretty critical, guys. That's a heck of a good pair of market cattle, market heifers in this class. As we work on through, really a lot of quality within. This heifer that comes out big footed, probably one of the bigger footed and bigger boned heifers that we've seen, got a good look from the profile. She still handles pretty good, maybe a little excessive in terms of her flank, and it throws off her balance just a little, and behind her shoulder doesn't have quite as much muscle as that top pair. Gives you an awful good look though, real fresh about her head, her presentation up front, a good heifer. The The one that comes next, actually the next two that come in, very, very similar cattle. And I spent a little time debating on this pair because both of them have muscle. Both of them are powerful. To me, this one was just a little bit better from the profile about her chest and how she tied back. Again, very stout up high and out of her hip. A little shorter there, a little more jammed up in comparison to the ones that precede her. But good cattle. This one here, maybe a little longer necked perhaps than the one we just discussed. In motion, she wants to drop her chest and get just a little tighter in her loin and out of her hip and how she moves there. That one's got plenty of shape though. This is a really good class, a very deep class, and little details matter. The paint heifer here, big bodied, very practical from that perspective. Looks like she's fed. Very good for the young lady from her chest all the way back into her flank. Just not as comfortable in motion, a little more raw in terms of her hock and how she utilizes it. And then we close the class on a good heifer here that's pretty smooth, well finished. Again, young lady, you've done a nice job. Just too plain here in this class. Awesome class of market heifers. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
Okay, results from Class 4 market heifers. In first place, we have Clayton Primble of the EMF FFA chapter. Second place goes to Colin Verpka of the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter. Third place goes to Colton Knievel from the West Point FFA chapter. Fourth goes to Kylie Ayers from Adams Central. Fifth goes to Jersey Schmidt from Axtell. Sixth goes to Alexis Billiter from the Bertrand Loomis chapter. And seventh goes to Allie Smith from the Sargent FFA chapter. At this time, we will have Class 5 market heifers come into the ring. There are 3 heifers ranging in weight from 1365 to 1395. Class 5, 3 head weighing from 1365 to 1395. This is our last class of market heifers for the day. And then after this, we will pick our champion market heifer.
Last class of market heifers, and a really good heifer here to close us out and win this class. Covers the basics for sure, and yet takes it a little bit further. She's big-footed. She's sound-structured. For a heavier weight here, I think she weighs about 1360. She's still real good about her freshness, about her chest, and how she ties back into her body. You know, no animal's perfect. She's maybe just a little shorter out of her hip, maybe a little bit plainer about her head. That's being pretty critical. cool. That thing's very good. It'll be interesting and it'll be fun here in a minute for this champion drive. The black and white heifer, as much power as our class leader, to be honest with you. Her hip shape is impressive. Her lower quarter, her lower stifle's all there. She just maybe doesn't have the extras from the profile as our leader. A little more chest, maybe doesn't balance quite as good in her rear skeleton. A lot of muscle in that particular heifer, though. She's fed very well. The other black and white heifer here, very smooth to the touch. I appreciate her cover, her finish all the way back. Up high, she's got some shape. Maybe just a little too plain in this particular class. A little shorter and more compact off of either end. Really, really good market heifer show. Let's congratulate those kids.
Results from Class 5 market heifers. First place goes to Colin Rasmussen from the Boone Central FFA chapter. Second place goes to Michaela Settles, North Bend FFA. And third place goes to Macy Smith from the Sargent FFA chapter. At this time, we'll be bringing all of our class winners in from the market heifers to select a champion market heifer.
Should have been showing that one that way all year. And Settles should have been showing that one that way all year.
Go ahead. So we got our champion here.
Yep.
You know, we said it before that fourth class came in, and of course I've been asking for all that Mountain Dew. I had to get rid of it pretty quick there, you know. So I've been gone for a second, excuse me, but and she said it after. I said, well, this will wake her up.
Yep.
And when she got on the microphone, she said, well, I didn't have my coffee this morning, but I guess I didn't need any, you know.
Yeah, no, that was a real good class of heifers there. So, I mean, it carried all the way down to the end, that one, Class 10.
Oh, absolutely.
Them heifers at the bottom were really good quality. Them kids had nothing to be ashamed of with them heifers. They were real nice. And that. So here we got the class winners coming in.
Yeah.
From Class 1, the registered market heifer, we have Emerson Peterson from the Logan View FFA chapter. We skipped the Class 1 crossbred heifer here.
I wonder if she didn't make weight enough. Did she get a blue?
Yep, she didn't come back in, so.
Yeah, because that's, no, that's.
Yeah, no.
That's Dylan. Yeah, that's Dylan Rasmussen.
That's from Class 2.
And that is Dylan. Yeah, that's from Class 2.
Yep.
And then Jaylee Halstead.
Oh, no, maybe we don't put the registered heifer with them. Because that's the Class 1 winner that, I'm sorry, that's Tyron Ray coming in first. We don't have the registered market heifer with them.
We don't.
Okay, so I was mistaken there. We do have all the class crossbreds in here.
You're right. You got. Now
I'm
you're
sorry.
right.
Yeah, I'm right. Class 1 will be Tyron Ray. He's leading us off. Class 2 will be Dylan Russman. Class 3 is Jaylee Halstead. Class 4 is Clayton Primble. And Class 5 goes to Colin Rasmussen. I was wrong, Tim. I just figured they brought the registered market heifer in here too, and I was thinking, but that was a shorthorn.
Maybe they bring them back.
They might bring her back because she was a shorthorn looking one that won that deal. So I was thinking wrong there, but that's why we're short one. I thought we had the registered coming back as well. So
I thought maybe they might have missed Class 1. Yeah, she was a short horn too, wasn't she?
Yeah, the registered one was a short
right.
horn looking one. Yep. And
well, that's probably all for nothing. Anyway, there's some thunder down under over here on the bottom, on the back.
Really good market heifer show out here, and I know we got a full day. I'll keep it brief, but I do think these kids, they've worked extremely hard. I am going to tell you just one more time a little bit of what I'm thinking, because I think this is ultra tough, ultra competitive. The pair out of the first class, good cattle. The white heifer was a little stouter, a little more expressive. Out here, maybe give up an area or two, but again, congratulations to those kids for making it out here. The pair out of the second class, the one that won was really nice. And out here, probably one of their longer necked and longer hipped heifers of this particular lineup that can get out and go plenty good. You know, right in behind her shoulder, and really this view right here, when the water's deep, she gets just a little off behind it. She maybe doesn't open up quite as fresh, quite as good up high, but that thing is good from the side in terms of extension, head shape, chest, and just all the way back. A good second place heifer. I was a little more boxy, a little bigger maybe perhaps in terms of her body shape, but in the same breath, a little shorter out of her hip. Good heifer here and a good pair, and this black heifer let us off just in terms of muscle expression. You get in behind her, and she was the wider based heifer. She was a little longer from the profile, longer and better in her pin placement as well. A good second place heifer that's maybe just a little bit flatter from behind, but awesome in terms of her body shape, and probably had that advantage over the black heifer here. We ran into this next class and just an awesome pair of cattle, and I described the differences pretty in depth, because I do think it was splitting hairs, and yet the one that leads off is just so fresh. She's really neat in behind her shoulder and how she draws out of it. Get your hands on her, and she's big. She's big in terms of her back. She's big in terms of her edge, all the way to her upper hip. She can get out and float for being that stout and that good and unique about her upper body cage. You know, out here, I maybe didn't mention it in class, she's maybe a little plainer headed, maybe just a little plainer down and through the base of her chest. It's not causing an issue at all for me. That's a very nice heifer that, to me, is so fresh and really just youthful in her upper cage. That black and white heifer is absolutely no slouch and just beautiful from the profile, a little bit better in terms of her lower body line, as I discussed. She by no means is lacking muscle. She maybe doesn't have as much, and she's maybe not quite as fresh as our class leader, and maybe not quite as athletic out of her hip and hind leg. It's splitting hairs. That's a good pair. And then we ended on our last class, and there was one that won that class that I knew she'd fit in here, and she's got to be looked at, because that's a very, very good heifer as well. Sound structured, big bodied, has muscle, still balances good. Now, is she as extreme in any of those areas as maybe another one out here or two? Probably not. And from the 3/4 and step off of them quite a ways, I read her to maybe be just a little bit plainer, just a little bit flatter in terms of her rib shape and out of her hip, but all the pieces are there, beautiful presented. Young man, you've done an excellent job. And a good second place heifer that has muscle, has shape, just a little plainer. This is an incredible show so far. I'm really excited as we get to work through these steers and keep it rolling. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll get you some champions.
Well done here. I think she's going to go make her decision. And there you have it. Champion market heifer, exhibited by Clayton Pribble from the EMF FFA chapter. And I don't know what EMF stands for, but
I'd have to ask. I don't know
that heifer. I'd be shocked if that wasn't a Stoltz heifer, because that's what they've been getting Pribbles. Nobody's told me that yet. I'll talk to Johnny in a minute, but congratulations to the Pribble family. Again, that family's been synonymous with good heifers the last
Yeah.
couple, 3 years. Oh, there we go. Yeah, reserve chef goes to Colin Verbka from Shelby Ridge City. And Danny, I'm going to turn this registered thing over to you, let you show a few Herefords, and I'm going to go stand in the backdrop.
Hey, Tim, go stand in the backdrop.
Yeah.
We are going to start into
I
the
bet we're
market
going to
steer show.
stop. I bet she is too, so I bet we're going to stop for just a nickel.
Well,
I bet we have a 5-10 minute. Oh, that steer that won, the feeder steer that won
was a ginger.
was a ginger. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I saw that on the pulse just now.
Well, I'm not very sharp. I'm a little late. I apologize to everybody for me not being very sharp, but everybody knew that.
No, you're right on top of it, Tim, but if you're going to go hop in the backdrop, go do that.
Okay.
It looks like she left the ring, either jump in the backdrop or to take a little break. But we're going to take just a little break for everybody that's out there watching us. And then we'll start into the market steer shows. We're going to start with registered steers. And and we'll go with, first we're going to have a class of Hereford steers. There's 5 of them, and then we got a British ALB, Charolais and Charolais Composite, Maine Anjous, and then Cottonelle ALBs. There's a total of 20 registered steers coming up here. And that, once we get started here, we'll come back on and we'll let you know. We'll stay here, but we'll start announcing again then once we get into the steer show. But like I said, class 1 of the market steers will be the Herefords. So if you've got somebody showing a Hereford that you came to watch, that will be going here fairly quickly.
exhibitors here today at the fair. We're back in the show arena here with our registered market steer show, Class 1A, registered market Angus, now exhibiting Class 1A.
Okay. We're going to have to go a little bit off of what they're saying here for us today, because it looks like we got a class of Angus steers that's not in our program. In that, I don't see. Well, it looks like we got a registered British AOB class. It's supposed to be 1B 4 head, because that looks like the numbers of the kids in here, or a couple of them. So just bear with us a little bit as we figure out. But this is a class of Angus steers. We got 3 head in here, and when I find out a little more, we'll let you know.
Good single class here of Angus cattle, and one that leads off just so practical everywhere. And of this particular setting, he's the bigger bodied steer. He's better handling in behind his shoulder. He's smooth all the way back. And yet from a muscle standpoint, I think he maybe overwhelms just the set, just out of the back of his shoulder into his hip. And from the side, he has the balance advantage from body standpoint and in motion in terms of his skeleton. Now, the 1 and 2 is probably just as expressive in terms of his shape up high and from behind, and he has that advantage over the 1 and 3. He's a little fresher up front than our class leader about his head shape, his neck, down and through his chest. He just doesn't have as much to him in that same breath about body, back into his flank, maybe just a little off behind his shoulder too. But that's a good steer here to be Reserve Angus in terms of just muscle shape, in terms of expression, especially when you get him behind the cattle and watch him go. The 1 here in 3, very smooth-made steer at the stand. And he's a little smoother in terms of his heart and his forerib back into his hip design. He, too's got some shape. Now, in motion, I don't read him to be quite as sound structured in through his shoulder and his knee, a little more rigid about his hock and his pastern. That's a good trio of Angus cattle, though, here to start us off in the steer show. Let's go ahead and congratulate those 3 kids.
And again, as we get underway with our market steer show here at the Nebraska State Fair for our FFA division, we'll recap your results coming out of Class 1A, registered market Angus. Blues in class awarded to Bryn Lamp of Southwest FFA. Second place purple awarded to Ruby June Edwards of Franklin FFA. And your first place purple, congratulations to Logan Barda of Meade FFA. Again, those are your results coming out of Class 1A. Back in the show arena with action in Class 1B, registered market Herefords.
Okay, in that class, of Angus steers, first place went to Logan Barda from the Meade FFA chapter, and second place went to Ruby Jane Edwards from the Franklin FFA chapter. At this time, we got a class of Hereford steers in the ring, It looks like there is 6 in the class. My program just says 5, but we got 6 in the class that range away from 1380 to 1492. At this time, we got a class of registered market Hereford steers ranging away from 1380 to 1492. There are 6 in this class. Now we had 3 Angus steers, and now we got our 6 Hereford steers, and I mean a really nice class of Hereford steers here. From top to bottom, looks like a really nice class of Hereford steers for Kendall here to sort. And that, very good representation of the breed here for them.
Just a single class of Hereford steers and a lot of quality within them. Fresh-haired, fresh presented. I know it's hard to get them this hairy, especially in this breed, and I just commend all you kids. This one that leads off, really, really nice. And I think of this particular class, he's especially fresher at the handle, and really you don't have to handle him to see it. If you get on top of him, and really this 3/4 view, he feeds into the back of his shoulder with more aggressive shape up high. He's better in terms of his loin edge. He's just the most genuine and the stoutest if you get in behind the cattle and watch him track away. And his upper pin set is hawk to ground, and yet from the side, he looks more youthful. He's a little fresher in his body shape. He balances exceptionally good. good steer here to lead us off. This 1 and 2 is just really bulky everywhere. He's big-bodied, he's big-centered, he looks easy feeding. You know, he handles very smooth, and he's got plenty of muscle and bone and feature. Now, comparatively, he's a little older. He's a little staler looking about his head, down and through his chest. But my main concern is when you get in behind him, he doesn't have quite as much fresh shape up high. He doesn't have quite as much fresh shape in terms of his upper pin set, his stifle to the ground as you watch him track. That's a very good pair of steers that I just have to break down and describe them. This one here in 3 is neater looking than the 1 and 2. He's long-necked. He ties it good on the top of his shoulder. He's stout in his arm. He's big in terms of his hip, probably a little bigger than the steer we just talked about. Just not quite sound enough for me. He's got a little more shoulder, a little more just rigid off of both ends of his framework. At the standstill, though, you could really buy into his extra look and his extra extension. Steer that comes next, very correctly finished steer, very smooth in terms of his shoulder, his body line, all the way out through his hip. A little more timid in terms of motion, but to me, his biggest downfall is just shape in terms of muscle and overall dimension from shoulder back. Very smooth, though, especially standing there. You love his shoulder, love his body. Big, bulky, and just massive steer that comes out next. Probably one of the bigger bone, bigger footed steers in this particular lineup. With that, though, coarser about his shoulder, a little plainer about his head, and staler down into his chest. A good steer here to land us off. And really, this whole class, I thought that all of these cattle are good. He's very smooth, a little better in his shoulder than the steer we just talked about. He runs out of gas just in terms of muscle shape as he's the flattest from behind. Very good class of Hereford steers. Congratulations to those kids.
Okay, Tim, we had a class of Hereford steers here, and we had an extra one in the class that I don't know who he was. But the winner of the class was Devin Danielson from Aurora FFA chapter. In second place was exhibitor 1048, and he's not on the program, so I don't know who that is. When we find that out, we'll let you know at home. In third place was Wyatt Stemick from Pierce. Fourth was Jackson Wright from Wheeler Central FFA. Fifth place goes to Jackson Snell from Red Cloud. And sixth goes to Mahia Jones from Nebraska Ag Academy. At this time, we got 2 shorthorn steers.
This is British AOB.
Yeah, British AOB. Now, 2 of these were showed as Angus already. That wasn't in our program.
Yeah, well, that's what they said. They come by, went in there, and talking to some guys, and they said all of a sudden they were in we have Angus,
we had an Angus class, and 2 of them were Angus, and there was a third Angus that I don't know who that was. And
okay, so that, 1 and 2 in that would have been which 2?
Logan Barda was first in the Angus, and Ruby June Edwards was second in the Angus class.
So this must be Maddie Jenke and Anna Lynn Beach.
Yep.
And so it is.
Yep, and they got 2 shorthorn steers in this class.
Well, good to break them up. I guess they're different.
Yeah.
I did learn a little. I went and talked to Johnny Stoltz, and the heifer that won come from Joe Hare. He couldn't claim it after all.
Oh, it was a Joe Hare deal.
Joe Hare deal. Split up 7 ways to Sunday, but they're all going to be.
What you doing?
This one here that leads off is just more practical. He's better in his body style. He's bigger in his heart and his forerib and his flank, and plus he's sounder structured. He's a big-footed steer, and more importantly, has more shape, has more turn out of the back of his shoulder into his hip design. In a perfect setting, we can maybe stouten him up from behind and really his rear third there, but that's still a good steer in this particular class in terms of structure, practicality, and body. The red and white steer here is really expressive in terms of his back shape, in terms of his look from the side. He balances pretty good about his neck, his top line, and out of his hip. From that point down, though, we just got to have a little more body shape, a little more practicality about his skeleton. A good pair there. Let's go ahead and congratulate those two young ladies.
So Annalyn Beach from Syracuse Dunbar, Avoca wins that, or Voca, and second goes to Maddie Jenke. So we must, okay, so now we're going to have a champion British breed
steer. Yep. So coming in first is our Angus steer, showed by Logan Barta. Our champion Hereford was Devin Danielson. And our Shorthorn, what will be coming in after they do the check weight, is Annalyn Beach.
Again, if you're wondering about the check weight thing, they give them 5%. You turn in your own cards. That's really been I think that's been a huge thing. I think that's really a big part of the learning curve for kids. I mean, you used to just weigh them in and, well, that's what it was. Now you declare your weight and they give you 5% plus or minus to be in it. And I just think it's when you're feeding them, you need to know what they weigh. And I think it's just extremely important, and it keeps the exhibitors, keeps the families aware of it. And you know where you're at, you know what you're doing, you know what your calf is doing every day. And that is a huge part of it, And there's an art to it. There's no doubt about it. Everybody that's watching this really knows that.
We're picking a champion British breed. So, yeah, we must. Really good British cattle lineup here to start us off.
Steer show, and congratulations to these kids for getting out here, either champion or reserve in your expected breed. I do think there's some subtle differences. To me, our champion is just a little out there, just in terms of freshness, in terms of muscle shape, in terms of having a look, just a freshness from the profile, especially of balance and structure and skeleton, and not losing sight of the extras of muscle shape. Our reserve maybe gets a little close as we bring in a second in for contention, but again, congrats to these kids on their work this summer to get out here ringside. Let's go ahead and congratulate them. We'll get you a pair of champions.
And deservingly so. Champion British breed comes out of your Hereford division. That is Devin Danielson from Aurora FFA.
Yes.
And that'll bring up.
Now, this is the one that wasn't listed on the program as Exhibitor 1048. So if anybody knows who this is, feel free to come up and let us know or text us.
Including the big voice guy. He don't know either.
I don't know who that is, and and so.
He could likely just be about to find out because they didn't give up much when they.
No, that whole Hereford, Hereford, I mean, it was deep all the way down through that Hereford.
Let's listen to what he says here because that's going to Yep.
And your reserve champion, a British breed drive here at the Nebraska State Fair, coming out of the same class, 1B registered market Hereford, exhibited by Weston Stanek of Pierce FFA. Congratulations, Weston.
Weston Sanych.
Yeah, whatever. I didn't quite catch what he said it was, but.
Weston Sanych.
Or did he say Stemick? Because there's a Wyatt Stemick that was 1049, and he's 1048, so.
Oh, there you go. It must be Stemick.
I think it's his brother, maybe.
Weston Wyatt. Yeah, I'll buy that. That makes sense.
I mean, we'll just go with that until somebody tells us we're wrong, Tim.
So now we're on to the white ones. We're going to call these Charlet composites. So I can continue to confuse myself. Okay, so we've got Charlet composites, we got main and Jews, and we've got registered Continental AOBs. There's
so all the other breeds, yep. And then we'll go into our crossbreds. Well, we got 3 more classes of registered cattle, and these will be the Charlet composites.
And these calves are weighing fat steers 1305 to 1435. We have Kelsey Amos. That's Adam Elfs, who's overshowing in the pig barn. Kiera Bremer standing in. I just told Johnny he hired a hired gun to show that one. And then we've got Tatum Schroeder and Miles Wolf. And shout out to Bruce. Hasselbrook got him lying for once.
Well, they've been doing it so far today.
They've been doing good.
They've been doing a great job today so far, bringing them in for it's easy for us to.
The only way I'm doing it is if he plays it backwards, he knows I'm giving him crap.
Well, no, we don't want to get them too big of a head yet today because we got a little ways to go. But no, they've been doing a good job so far today. No, that's the only thing with showing all the market animals in one day here, at State Fair. If a kid's showing a couple different species, they got to be in the hog barn, the cattle barn. They got a sheep, and that. And so
they had a heck of a time with it last week, with it. And, sheep are at least right over here across the wall. That pig barn, if you're showing there and stuck, you're not going to get over here. It's hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's a little difficult for some of these kids to get back and forth.
If you're in here with that great big awesome screen they got for us, it's a little easier if you're watching one to at least, you can see what class is like you do, and it's back in the barns too. I mean, it really is. I mean, we put up with a lot in Nebraska for the state fairgrounds. It was just kind of okay, and boy, when they rebuilt it, they sure rebuilt it with a lot of nice features, and that sure is one of them. I mean, we got big screens. You can watch yourself on TV if you want to. Hopefully you're watching what you're doing.
Yeah. But, no, it's great that these kids will, though, show, if they've been showing pigs and cattle all year long, they bring them all to State Fair. And, yeah, I know it's kind of gets them into a bind once in a while that we can't show them all. But it's great that they still come and do it and have, a good friend that can fill in for them if we need to on one end or the other. So.
Oh, I can tease Adam Alfs anyway. Kiera will get her showed better than he will anyway. And I can say that because they're both good friends of ours. Adam's Sport's a good showman too. So, Kelsey Amos, here's our judge.
Good pair of Charolais steers here, and a very different top pair. And I think both of them are good cattle. The one that leads off is better bodied, in my opinion. His sweep and his just depth from his heart, his center body back into his flank is just a little more my speed. He's sound structured steer. He's not as big footed as the steer in 2, and he's not as long in terms of his hip. And his front end is a steer in 2nd. Now, he still balances good from the side. He's wider chested than the calf in 2. He's a little stouter out of his hip. And like I said, he hits me more practical back into his rear rib and flank here. That's a good steer here to lead us off. Congratulations. This 1 and 2, huge footed. And I like his skeleton and in motion from his hock down, his knee down. He's very good there. He's longer in terms of his neck, and he's longer out of his hip than our class leader. With that, though, I guess at the standstill, he balances fine. In motion, he doesn't balance quite as good for me. He gets up in his flank there, in his rear body line. And gets a little up in his top line. At the standstill, though, love his feature, love his foot size, his extra extension, good pair. The gray steer here really just opened up and dimensional from any angle you study him. He's big-bodied, he's stout and powerful out of his hip. A little older, maybe a little stale about his head, his crest of his neck down into his chest. I didn't read him to balance up quite as good from shoulder to full rib and full rib back into his hip. That steer covers the basics, though, of muscle shape and body shape, maybe just a little off from the profile. The white steer here, the longest outline steer, long-bodied, long-necked, big-footed, and just big in terms of his feature. From a balance perspective, he's the roundest out of his hip and just a little off in terms of his cover, but still a good kind of a steer. Good class here, a single class of Charolais steers. Congratulations to those kids.
Was a good class with a very good winner on top. Kelsey Amos winning the class from Stapleton FFA. Second goes to Adam Elfs from Shickley FFA. Third goes to Tatum Schroeder from Diller Odell. And fourth goes to Miles Wolf from Loganview FFA. Up now we have Maine and Jew registered steers. I think we got any on the back page this time. We got 3.
Nope, I think we just got 3 of them, Tim.
We got 3. They split the, yeah, okay.
Yep, there's 3 of them, and they weigh from 1325 to 1392.
So we got Haley Peterson, Nicholas Gretke, and Conrad Kaminsky.
And that's a recap of the results coming out of Class 2A. On with action here at the Nebraska State Fair with action in Class 2B, registered market, Maine and Jew maintainer.
Well, there's just 3 in the class of mains, Tim, but boy, it looks like a real good quality set of Maine and Jew steers for the registered deal.
Boy, it does. And, that's how this main thing, all week from the heifer shows and all the open shows and all that, there's been 4 and 5 and 6 maybe in the whole dang thing, and then they're all in the top 3 or 4 in the overall. That's a breed that's really been short on numbers and long on quality all week long. Just steers and heifers, the whole deal. You can put some distance and probably 8 or 10 steers in between, and those two be first and second in a lot of classes.
That's what I said. These two are.
Yeah, that's a great pair of steers.
There's a great pair of steers, and I mean even.
Yeah, Garanikis, I think usually those cattle usually come from Christos. I think maybe. I'm not sure.
On that.
I do know that Conrad steer won one of those showdown things. That's a one oak from Joe Leo.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Good trio of cattle here, and I think a good pair maybe to discuss. As you get them out and move them, though, that's where this steer leads off. I'm big on structure, and when they pair that with muscle, I think they lead us off, and that's where the advantage goes to this steer. I know he could maybe use just a little bit more foot size, but he's still sounder structured. He toes square and better and wider in his chest floor up front. He still has plenty of shape when you get up on him. I like his pin set and where it sets in him in terms of shape, in terms of dimension. He's still a fresh steer about his head, his neck, down and through his chest, and draws back to his flank exceptionally good from a balance perspective. Good steer here to lead us off, and it's his skeleton that does so pretty handily. This 1 and 2 is packed full of muscle, and to be honest, he's a little stouter than our class leader. I know that. He's a little wider, a little more aggressive up high and bigger in his upper hip. It's just from a skeleton standpoint, is to me, he's just not comfortable enough. He gets a little out in terms of his shoulder and his front foot, and going away, he just needs to set down a little square from hock to ground. I'm being critical. This young man's done a great job with him. Fresh, highly presented, very stout, very powerful steer that just needs to be sounder. The steer here in 3, very correctly finished steer, very smooth to the touch, behind his shoulder all the way to his last rib. From behind, he plays out just in terms of shape, and from balance standpoint from the side. But a really good class. Let's go ahead and congratulate all 3 of those kids.
You betcha. Good class of main NGs. Winning that class was Nicholas Goretzky from Riverside FFA. Second, Conrad Kaminsky from Loop City. Third goes to Haley Peterson from Minden. Up next, we have our Continental AOBs, which are kind of like Colin Rasmussen. We got 1368 to 1520. And we have Colin Rasmussen, Addison Grant, Kian Morris, and Addison Grodelution. And another one.
We got a 5th one, Tim, and I'm going to have to look up.
452, the first. Yeah, see if you can find us a 452, the first gal in there. This will be a deal. So we got both our Addisons in this class. 2 of my. I guess when you're a Continental AOB, well, I can tell you the yellow and white one's a knock-knock, and I can tell you this one's an ain't bluffing. Because we've been showing them separately all year, but when one's a maintainer and one's our Charlotte Cross, you know, and a 7 tall, you end up together. We've been trying to keep Addison and Addison in different classes. Today we got Addison and Addison together.
So it looks like we got a few Scimitals, maybe a key.
Couple, yeah. I mean, that's a knock-knock out of his shorthorn.
Yeah.
So we're not a British.
Yeah.
You know, it's a composite.
Yeah.
They didn't have a shorthorn plus deal. We've showed him plus a little bit, but he probably fits this class a little better. You know. And what did you find 452?
Yeah, Tim, I did find
450.
Number 452 was Riley Codner from Wood River. That. She had a market heifer, and that's who we're going to go with. And that because this young lady had a market heifer, and that's what we'll go with. So
that makes sense.
We got a steer here listed. And that so.
Good job playing defective detective.
Well, I'm good for a few things here today, but I don't know much. And so now it looks like it's going to get a little tougher for him. It looks like we got 3 pretty nice steers out there left to get placed, and that.
Let's see. So he's going to pull Colin in third. Addison in third, Colin in second, and Addison Grant.
And the one that wins does so from the basics of muscle and just market readiness. This thing is opened up. He's really fresh and good in behind his shoulder. Big in terms of his loin edge and his hind leg and just his power out of his hip going away. Now, is he quite sound enough? Maybe not. He's a little straighter in the angle to his shoulder. Maybe just a little tighter wound out of his hip and his stifle and how he utilizes it. But in this particular setting, that thing's opened up. He's wide. He's stout. From any angle you study him. The red and white steer that's going to be in 2, neat looking, and he's sound structured. He's good about his head and his neck. I felt like he was a little more useful, a little more fresh, and just in terms of his kind than the steer in 3. He's got plenty of hip shape and power. Compared to the steer that leads us off today, he's not as maxed out up high. He's not as opened up and fresh in terms of his body shape. He is sounder structured, though, and he still balances up really nicely from the profile. Brockle-headed steer that's going to be in 3. Impressive rear view in this particular steer. He's big in terms of his pin set, his lower quarter and stifle. You know, for a bigger, heavier weight steer, he still has managed himself pretty good. He still balances okay. Up front, he gets just a little pushy on his knees. And to me, right behind his shoulder, his extra weight, maybe a little age is showing, a little patchy there, maybe just a little off in handle. But love his rear view. And really, when he balances from the side, he gives you a good look. The next steer that comes out, big-bodied steer that's good in terms of expression up high and out of his hip. I felt like of this particular set, didn't balance up quite as nice from the side, a little rounder out of his hip. And then we closed the class with one that actually is very practical, pretty sound structured, fundamental kind of steer that's obviously fed pretty good just in terms of his body shape. He's lacking too much in terms of muscle, a little frailer at the surface as well. But this is a really solid class, AOB steers. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids on their hard work.
All right, good job of explaining them, I thought. First in class, Addison Grant from Central FFA. Second goes to Colin Rasmussen from Boone Central FFA. Third is Addison Grotolution from Lakeview FFA chapter. Fourth is Kayan Morris from Wilbur Claytoni FFA. And fifth goes to Riley Cogner.
Addison Grant.
So now
we're going to pick a champion registered steer.
Yeah, we're going to have a champion registered steer like they do in the 4-H deal, which I know every one of my Angus and Hereford brothers and friends out here would like to see them parade tonight, as would I. And I'd like to see the Charlet. I'd like to see them out there in the champion drive. You know, it's not costing any more to get them out there. It only costs you any more if you win. And they're deserving champions. You know, this Hereford that's going to come out, we talked about him.
Well, I think the Hereford will come back here later on, Tim, because they broke it into British.
That was the British.
Yep, this will be like the Continental registered steer.
The 4-H put them all together.
Yep. I think this will be
This will be just the European breeds, the British and then the European.
All the Continentals, but yeah. So we'll have our Charlet class winner, who was Kelsey Amos.
Yep.
Then we're going to have our main Anjou is Nicholas Gortiki.
You're not from our part of the world, are you?
That's why I let you handle that last class too, because that Addison that was third in that last class, there's no way I could have got that last
That's
name.
an easy one. There's all kinds of them in Black County.
Well,
and that's not even Polish. Get up there in
boy,
the German
that's just
country
a lot.
there.
That's just a lot of letters.
Don't you got a little German in you?
That's just a lot of letters for a guy like me.
You have a little German in you?
Yeah, I do got a lot of German in me, but that's a lot of letters for a guy like me, Tim.
Yeah.
And then from the AOBs, we got Addison Grant. See, I can handle that one, Tim.
Addison Grant.
I can handle that one. That's pretty easy. But them long ones with them letters, I can't quite get that far.
Yeah, I've heard them before. That's the only way. I probably wouldn't be so good if I had to go do this in Iowa or something. You know, I'd get them all wrong.
No, I'm just like to joke about that, Tim, because there's just a lot of these names that just get you a little bit.
Jake always says, if you're not sure, say it with conviction and go fast.
Just go fast, like you were stumbling or
you bet.
Stuttering a little bit, and then they don't think you got it too wrong. So.
Over here in 3 seconds that are certainly, the one will fit in contention. Very good kind of cattle. I think it's real close between these first place winners, to be honest with you. The Charlet steer, he's boxy, he's awesome bodied, he's pretty sound structured. I guess in that class, I felt like his lower body line was a little more consistent. He was just a little bit stouter and more genuine as you watch the cattle go in terms of a balance perspective. Out here in this lineup, he's maybe a little closed up, maybe a little bit just jammed up about his front end and out of his hip, but that's a good steer. The pair that came out of the second class, the steer is, by some margin, I think the soundest structured steer of this lineup. He's real square and genuine when you get in front of him. He's correct in the angle to his shoulder, and the set to his knee is good. We could intensify his rear foot, but again, it doesn't take away from his structure. He's a long hip steer, long step and steer. That balance is very fresh, very youthful from the profile. By himself, you would never call him narrow. He's got base width coming at you. He's got base width going away. Now, is he as opened up as the steer right behind him? No, he's not. He's not quite as wide. He's not quite as stout in behind his blade and into his loin edge. But again, he's still got plenty enough muscle for me. That steer that came out of the last division is the stoutest steer of the lineup, without question. He's the biggest in terms of his forearm and his shape up high. He reads very stout, very powerful out of his hip and his lower quarter and stifle. He's a notch bigger boned and bigger footed than the steer we just discussed, and his body shape's still okay. Now, up front, when you throw him into the water out here, he's a little plainer about his neck and how it attaches into his chest there, a little straighter up front, and consequently isn't quite correct in terms of motion. He's just a little tighter hinged, but he still remains pretty square. When you get in behind him, he doesn't get outside of his framework. I think he's just a little tight. This is a good lineup of cattle as we get to working through these steers and get into the heat of things. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your champion, Continental here in the division drive, coming out of class.
Which Goretzky, but what's his first name?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I should have known.
Oh, you're good, Nicholas.
Nicholas Goretzky out of the main Anjou. And reserve's going to be Addison Grant. Okay, now we're going to have lightweight Margaret Everett. Boy, I don't know. That's good for them. I kind of thought it was between first and third, and it ended up being second. So that shows you why I don't have a hat and a microphone today. And you just listen to her talk to him. I love some of these. If somebody could call in and tell me what this means, it'd be awesome. But she said she'd like to intensify that one's rear foot. Nah, that's a judging college comment. I'd like to know what it means. Yesterday, and I'm not criticizing it at all. They find a way to say things. It's amazing. Some of the vocabulary that they've developed just blows my mind. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, I'm not saying it, knocking it in any way. That's not how I mean it.
Well, Tim, we'll start into the crossbred steers here today.
You betcha.
We've got 10 classes of them. They're broke into 3 divisions. And we have got 63 total crossbred steers. But our first class, we have 5 head, ranging from a weight of 1,007 to 1,130 pounds. So this will be the first class of crossbred steers for this year's FFA show at the State Fair. And we got one that don't know if he wants to come to the show today, but here he's coming.
One
now.
we can't find.
This one was a little stubborn and
462. We're looking for Ace Wolf. Lawrence Nelson. Here he comes, I believe. Now our class is complete. And that is who that is too. Now we got 5. Now we're going to start judging.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, we're good to go.
Good first class, a lightweight steers here, and a good gray steer to lead us off. And I think between 1 and 2, both of them have the same kind of muscle, in my opinion. This one's longer, more extended. He gives a neater look up front. He's better in the angle to his shoulder and the set and slope to his hip and his hind leg. He's maybe not quite as just bold and dense in terms of his center body, but to me, he still feeds out of the back of his shoulder with a little more shape. He's impressive when you get on the rear view. Good steer. The black steer that's going to be in 2, like I said, a little bigger in the center portion of his body, his forerib back into his flank. Really from his loin forward, he balances good. From his loin back, he gets a little shorter and rounder and steeper out of his hip. Not as comfortable when the cattle are asked to go, but a good pair of steers here to get us started off in the Crossbred show. A nice steer to be in 3rd. That's a little longer, a little bigger outline kind of a steer that's really good in terms of his hair and his bone and his feature. Doesn't balance up quite as nice, maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle shape. And then we round the class with a pair of steers. Both these steers are very similar in terms of their build, very sound structured, good kind of a steers, just too frail at the ground and need a little more muscle shape. But I commend those kids. They got a good pair of fundamental kind of steers here in the first class.
All right, Class 1, Ace Wolf from Lawrence Nelson. Steer weighing 1130. Second goes to Bianca Wood from Hitchcock County FFA. Third to Tyron Ray from Northwest FFA, right here, Northtown here. Fourth goes to Adrienne Stoltenberg from Northwest FFA. And fifth to Ethan Prusa from Howes Dodge. Coming in now, Class 2, we should have 5 head, weight range in 1194 to 1258. So we're getting up in weight pretty quick. You know, we don't have too many real light weights, you know.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I know this is getting a little ahead. The last class goes up to 1296 on the lightweight. So They don't take long to get up there,
Right.
even in the lightweight division.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think rightfully so. I think we need to get these calves on feed. You know, it's September.
yeah,
You know, it's high time we get harvested. You know, unless you're late. You know, if you're coming to State Fair, you should be ready by now.
Tyron Ray of Northwest FFA also picking up a blue. Second place purple in class.
Oh. Oh no. That's not good at all. Look at Haas. There you go, right in the scale. Shut the gate. Oh, no, that's perfect. That you should have had on TV right there. That was bad. That was bad to the bone. I'm going to tell you what, old Kent Frenson gets an A for effort, and whoever got on that gate, that calf just ran away and beat the crap out of this poor little girl just coming in the ring. And I'm here to tell you what, for whatever reason, that calf ran right up the scale, right into the head catch. Kent got the gate behind him, and I didn't see. That might have been the home team. I ain't so dang sure Remy didn't catch him.
Yeah, no, he was stubborn coming into the ring there, Tim, and I think she just, when she come through between that gate there, she just jumped, and I think she caught this young lady. So hopefully,
I hope they get him out of here and not.
Hopefully, this young lady does okay.
They may have to call a EMT here. This is not good. This poor gal is.
Well, she's sitting up. I think she's.
To hit her in the head. I'll get her laying down. You know, and there's so many of these guys that teach their kids, hold on, hold on. I don't believe in it. I've seen some bad things happen. Gosh dang it. Well, maybe just shut her down for a minute. We'll be back in a second. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this, I guess we're going to have to say a prayer to her. Hopefully she's going to be all right. Bryn Lampy, if you're just joining us, young lady was coming to class and her calf spooked. I don't know if we even got it on tape, but took a pretty serious fall and a pretty serious injury. The calf just drug her right across the panel and right into real scary situation here at Fair. You hate to see this kind of thing. Of course, we've got a lot of people jump to her assistance. And saw our lamb judge. I'm pretty sure he's a damn good EMT, and I guarantee he's a good man. Glenn Martin just stopped. He was about the first one over there from the other side of the ring. Stopped judging lambs, jumped over the panels, and showed up to help before the EMTs could get here. You hate to see this thing. Scary kind of situation. It's bad enough to see it in a football game, but this kind of looks like they got her down flat. I don't know. I have a feeling it.
She's moving her arms.
She's moving her arms.
She was talking
around.
to him. She's talking to him.
Well, I saw Dawn Caldwell down there with the board, and she was kind of smiling. We got some smiling and laughing, but I mean, we need to be careful. I have a feeling maybe it's like a ribs, in her hip. I mean, that was a wreck. I don't get on my soapbox, but we've had too many parents too long, and I'm not sure that they did that. I'm not saying anything against the Lampies at all. It's terrible, but kids, don't hold on for dear life. If they're going to get you, let them go. We'll catch them again. Here we go. They're taping her head. Took a pretty good shot to the head, too. I'll just tell him, took a pretty good shot to the head, it looks like.
Yeah, I know, and she was bleeding there a bit earlier.
Yep.
So.
And I'm sure shock in general, too. Our cameras looked away, but I wish we'd have had a shot of that quick thinking crew. That steer run out of there. Luckily, ran right in the chute. Some quick thinkers got the back end shut and the front end caught. I mean, like you said, he just walked right out of here. So, that's for sure. That's a scary situation. Prayers that she'll be all right. Got her sitting up. Well, that was a scary situation I've seen at a cattle show for a while. Thought we'd have been at the rodeo or the football game. Boy, she took a shot. To find out, we'll let you know. If we can let you know, we will let you know what happened to the young lady. But, it's lucky, too, the steer turned right out. So your sister's out there just kind of patted Kendall on the back a little bit. You're looking the other way and you're watching the cattle, and you're in his, Kendall, she's in his zone. She's looking at cattle doing her thing. She's not thinking about
you're not
a
thinking
calf
about
coming. Could have hit her in the back and flattened her as easy as not. It's not like she's out there playing rodeo clown,
hit another exhibitor or something like that. So
now we have had judges in the past that do play rodeo clown when they're judging, but that's not her.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yep. It'll take a minute to gather up. We were in Class 2, lightweight calves. Again, if you're wondering what happened, we had a calf get away and had a young lady get an injury that looked fairly serious. We had to stop the show for a minute. We'll resume it here, I believe, pretty soon. We're coming back. But, when you fall and take a fall like that, and that kind of thing happens, you got to be careful.
No.
Err to the side of caution, take the time it needs, and all the ones of ours. Before they started this show, Glenn Martin's over on the lamb side. I didn't have to hear every word. Glenn was about the first one on the scene to help that young lady that got hurt. He's judging. Glenn's judging on the other side. He just stopped the show and kind of reminded everybody that this is about the kids. And he's a good man. I don't mean to go on about it, but I believe what he just did over there. I'm pretty sure he stopped and said a prayer. Okay, so we have 3 coming back in. Ooh, that's kind of a different way to go. Okay, so we've got Colin Verbka with the steer weighing 1194. Exhibitor 882 is Kyra Ray with a steer weighing 1210. And exhibitor 1194, Brianna Bosshammer with a steer weighing 1258. And again, I believe it was Bryn Lampy. Got hurt, and then we must have I do not see Riley Funk if they're waiting for one more. I know they had to move a lot of cattle.
Before we even dive into the cattle, I do, if you didn't hear what Glenn said, Glenn is a mentor of mine and someone that is a great person. And what that girl just went through, I really hope everyone takes a little extra time to say a prayer for her and her family, because showing secondary when we get to this point, and I pray hard that she's going to be okay and heals just fine. And our stock show family, it's a pretty close one. And so I hope that you guys do the same. This is a good class and a good pair of cattle. I guess the difference between them is the steer that leads off is sounder structured. He's fresher in his chest. He's more youthful about his front end quality. His head, his neck, down into the base of his shoulder. He's actually the bigger pin steer when you get in behind him. His upper pin set, his lower stifle. He's maybe not as just dense and bulky and opened up about his center body shape back into his flank, but I actually think that lends to his advantage of being just a little more youthful up high and just a little more youthful in his shape. That's a good place to start. The steer that's in 2, like I said, real fresh-haired, real fresh and opened up and round in terms of his body shape and his full rib back into his flank. He isn't devoid of muscle. He's maybe just a little better right behind his shoulder. He's not quite as stout in his upper pin set as that steer leads off. To me, the reason he gets beat is he's not as comfortable in motion, a little staler about his head, his neck, down into his chest. Again, I'm being critical. I think that pair of steers is very good here in a lightweight class. The steer that comes out in 3, big-boned, big-footed, long, extended kind of a steer. The young lady's done a great job on his hair, maybe just a little too flat, a little more one-dimensional. If you will, let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause.
Okay, results of Class 2. First place goes to Colin Verpka from the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter. Second place goes to Brianna Bosshammer from the Amherst FFA chapter. And third place goes to Kyra Ray from the Northwest FFA chapter. At this time, we'll have our third class of crossbred steers. There's 8 head in this class, ranging in weight from 1270 to 1296. This will be the last class of the lightweight division. After this class, we will pick a division winner for our lightweights.
Here to finish out our lightweights, and honestly, these top three steers, it's a little more challenging. To be honest, I don't know if there's one that screams, I got to win this class, but what I will tell you is the one that wins, it's hard for me to really find a big hole in this steer. I know he doesn't have the hair coat as 2 and 3 does, but what you see is what you get, and I think this steer is really complete, and as much as I hate that term, I like his body shape, I like his muscle design. He is the truest and the squarest if you get in front of him in terms of his chest floor, his upper pin set, his stifle to the ground. He balances exceptionally good. What he has the advantage of over 2 here is getting behind the cattle. He's got more muscle. Step off to the side of him, he's a little fresher. Over the steer in 3, he's better bodied, and he's especially sounder structured. This is a nice steer here to lead us off. Second and third's close. Second, to me, hits me a little more practical about his body style, about his structure. He's a little easier feed and type and kind and look from his chest back into his flank. He's got plenty of shape up high. He's a big back steer that actually looks and just balances extremely nice from the side. Now, get in behind him, watch him go away. He's just a little less impressive in terms of shape, in terms of muscle, and just genuine width. But from the side, I like his body style. I like his structure and his feet underneath of him to be here in second. The 1 and 3 has got some pieces at the standstill that I really like, and I wanted to start him at first because he's the biggest legged, he's the biggest footed, he's probably just the freshest about his front end quality, and up high he's got shape. The more I study this steer and in motion, he's not quite good enough in terms of skeleton. He wants to just get way too flat for me down into the lower part of his stifle and the lower part of his body there. At the standstill, though, that thing's got some neat pieces that'll draw you in from a bone perspective and look and extension. Brockle steer here, very practical, big-bodied, real stout and powerful in terms of muscle, just runs into a good class and gets a little plainer and just a little more generic from the profile. But young man, you've done a great job of feeding this steer and getting him to this point. We circle these next 3 out. This black steer has got a little more expression of muscle shape, maybe a little more bone than the steer we just discussed. He's also a little raw, a little off in terms of his cover right behind and his finish behind his shoulder to his loin, but that's still a good steer in terms of expression, cutability, and shape up high. Orange steer here, good in terms of the center part of his body, his depth and softness, just a little too plain and rigid out of his hip, and his muscle design from the profile and from the side. This one that circles here, long extended steer that's got some extension out of his hip. He's pretty good in terms of his top line quality, needs to be stouter at the surface and just have a shot of muscle. Good class.
Results from Class 3 lightweight market steers. First place goes to Ava Carnop from the West Point FFA chapter. Second place goes to Devin Danielson from the Aurora FFA chapter. Third place goes to Carter Shimmick from the Gearing FFA chapter. Fourth, John Zwingman from the Elgin FFA chapter. 5 goes to Jay Mittling from the Hayes Central FFA chapter. 6 goes to Javen Erickson from the Elgin FFA chapter. And 7th goes to Noah Brakaki Kekik from West Point FFA chapter. At this time, we'll bring in our 3 class winners to pick our champion lightweight market steer. From the first class, we have Ace Wolf. From the second class, we have Colin Verbka. And from the third class, we got Ava Carnop.
Again, congratulations to these kids. We get out here for champion, all three of these class winners in respective seconds, good kind of cattle, maybe come in a little different stage as we hit through maturity and just finish in a lightweight, but I think these kids have done a great job. For champion, I think it's close between a pair of them. There's one of them that's maybe a little neater looking. There's one of them that, both of them are sound structured. There's one that's just a little bit stouter, a little more punchy when you get in behind the cattle, a little fresher in terms of body shape. But a good division here. We'll get you a champion bringing in a second. Let's go ahead and congratulate this first division. Awesome set of cattle.
Our champion lightweight steer goes to Colin Verpka out of Class 2.
Shelby Rising City FFA. Congratulations, Colin.
Reserve for that division will go to Ava Carnop from the West Point FFA chapter.
Coming out of lightweight class 3, exhibited by Ava Carnop of West Point FFA. Congratulations, Ava. That'll round out your division championship drive. Will be underway with our middleweight classes shortly.
At this time, they're going to take a short break, and then we'll be starting into our middleweight division, starting with Class 4 of the Crossbred market steers. That class has 7 head in it, ranging in weight from 1,300 to 1,333. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be getting started here shortly. Okay, we're ready to begin with Class 4 of the middleweight steers. We have 7 in this class, ranging in weight from 1,300 to 1,333. Class number 4 of the middleweights. And there will be 4 classes in the middleweight division. But this will be the first class of the middleweights.
Well, let me see your sheet a minute there so I know what we're doing too, but we've had quite a lot of excitement all at once here. Of course, I had to stop and talk.
And no, we're going here again, and
so now we're going to get serious.
well, we're getting closer all the time.
Yeah.
And no, I mean, the lightweight steers were real good. Just, our champion in that lightweight division was 1194.
Just when 1280, yeah. That's steering very tall, but,
just when it comes back here, at the end of the day, he's just going to be giving up that extra muscle and weight inside. He's going to be giving a little bit smaller and that, but a real good steer to win that light division, just a real complete, real good one. And but just probably going to be a little light when it comes towards the end of the day here.
We were just talking, these other ones. We were just talking about, he's got one in here too, those Rasmussen's much like this show, and they darn sure do. And I think here we got QB1 maybe from the Boone Central, there. You got to talk a little about the football team there too. And I think old Colton here, those kids, they're all probably here and they don't listen, but his brother was an awesome quarterback at the Boone Central. They won state last year.
Well, yeah, they won state. They've beat Ashland.
That's
was that
right.
Last year?
Wasn't it last year?
I think they did beat Ashland. A couple times they've.
I tell you, but I was kind of pulling for Boone Central. But it was kind of cool. I turned on the radio one night. There's so many kids from up in that Albion way that show. So that Boone Central, is Albion and Newman Grove area and up in there, right by us. It sounded more like a cattle show than. It was a couple of years ago. It sounded more like a cattle show than a football game because about everybody that was playing was either a Benish or a Rasmussen, and you had hear that. It was a.
Well, I can tell you this: when they were playing Ashland here, because I think they've beat them in state twice now.
Oh, really?
Over the years, because I was paying attention. My nephew was playing there.
Yep.
For a while there, I was rooting for Ashland. I'll be honest with you, but
it
didn't sound like a cattle show though, Tim. There ain't many kids there in Ashland that are in the 4-H or FFA, but there's a few, but not many.
But we've talked about that a lot. That might be why they got beat. You need more of those. Look at the Huskers, man. We finally got old Hatmaker. Where's he from? Right there in the middle of the country.
South Dakota, you bet.
We got some of that good old corn-fed Nebraska beef back up there in front. Maybe we can win more than 2 games this year. I think old Rule's got a good grasp on it.
Nope, he got a good base and a good foundation started, and that, and you get a couple extra of them special players, and it sure makes a difference, when it comes to the end of the day. And so it's real good. So
we actually look like a team. Granted, we didn't exactly play. I would have hated to play LSU or USC last night. That was on when I got home, and man.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, at least this team, because past years, Tim, we ain't really held our own against teams like we beat Latter Day. So at least it's a start in the right direction.
That's exactly right.
So
well coached. I'm trying to draw out all my Colorado fans, if there are any that are crazy enough to see if they'd like to bet on Coach Prime and how Coach Prime does here. Okay, well, Judge Reichenstein's starting to put him in. See, you tell me it ain't like a football game. We got the O-line or the quarterback coach right there. 4 up first, and we're looking at. If you wonder, we're looking at Rasmussen's dad here, Colton Rasmussen's dad, giving him some instructions and getting nervous. I don't think old Colton needs too much help here. He's got that one dialed in. That old Baldy's a good looking rat. So what do we got still out running here?
Oh, we got him done here.
Get him done?
Yep.
That's a solid, good class of steers.
Yeah, that's a real good class of steers.
Here's Kendall.
We start off a strong way here in the middleweight class, and a steer that wins and wins fairly handily, in my opinion. Not only does his color draw you in, but he's awesome from the side. He's sound structured. He's awesome bodied. He's fresh up high and from behind. In a perfect world, we can make him bigger backed. But, you know, he still has plenty of power from behind in terms of his pin width, in terms of his stifle, in terms of his lower quarter, and he looks very fresh and dialed in from the side. Good class winner. The steer here in 2, no holes kind of a steer. And you know, he's sound structured. He's big-ended. He's got some shape up high. He's a little longer and more extended on either end of his framework than the steer that leads off, but he also doesn't have quite as much to him in the middle part of his body shape. He's not as neat from the profile. That's still a very practical, very fundamental kind of a steer to be in 2. Between 3 and 4, I guess, was the debate for me, because this steer is quite a bit better looking than the steer in 4. He's really neat from the side and how his neck ties into his shoulder. His hip design, his length allows him to go pretty comfortably. He's deep-bodied. Now, he doesn't have as much just punch and turn and power as the steer in 4 from behind or up high. To me, he reads just a little fresher, a little neater from the side, if you will, and I like his body line. This steer in 4, young man, you've done a great job. I mentioned how good his hair is. He's pretty good just in terms of a muscle standpoint. He's a little bit stouter at the ground than the steer we just talked about bone and feature and hip design. At the same token, he's more jammed up and compact off either end. Just like to stretch him out, freshen him up, just a nickel. That's a good steer, though, here in a good class. The Shorthorn Mark steer, long-sided, very smooth when you get your hands on him, and you can see that from the outside. He's smooth about his shoulder, smooth about his body line, too frail at the ground and not quite enough just fresh punch and pop to his muscle shape there, but still a nice kind of a steer. The next pair that round out, both very similar. They both have expression of shape, high cutting kind of steers that have back and have shape from behind. They just need to hit me more practical about their center body and their skeleton. Awesome first class here. Let's go ahead and put your hands together for those kids.
All right, winning that first class of middleweights would be Colton Rasmussen from Boone Central. Second, Brooke Bosshammer from Amherst. Third in class goes to Cale Taubenheim, also from Amherst FFA. Fourth goes to Tragan Searhaus from Fillmore Central. Fifth to Connor Pates, Waverly FFA. Sixth to Britton Kithow from Scotts Bluff. And seventh to Braylon Martinson from the Elgin FFA chapter. Coming in now, we've got the middleweights of the middleweights, Class 2 middleweight. Steers weighing 1335 to, did I read that right? 1335, yep. 1340. We only got a 5-pound.
Yeah.
5-pound weight here. We got these cut tight here. This ought to be a stout, sterling little set of animals here. But so I'm trying to think of what all I even don't know before. I've learned all this knowledge and then I can't remember it all.
Well, I never can remember any of it.
You said the champion Hereford come from the Wise brothers.
Yeah. And then the champion Continental, the main Anjou, he was a How Great Thou Art.
Oh, okay.
From Grauer.
From Johnny Grauer.
Yep.
That's a long ways to go.
Yep.
Well, Johnny, it's good. He's got a sale coming up here right directly. And the reserve was a knock-knock that come from that Burke Ranch. You ever heard of them?
No, I'm trying to learn more about them all the time.
Yeah, I'm
but
trying to say more about them, but I don't want to say too much here. And then the champion, the champion lightweight was a tricked out that also come from Burke. And then the reserve was what was the reserve?
I don't know what that one was. It came from Carnups. Our Carnup showed it, and I don't know anything
And that's
about
their
that one.
little one. I don't know if they have it. I do not know where that one came from. My son-in-law Levi Zorn sold one, but that ain't the one. He's got.
Oh.
His is bigger than that, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's coming here in the class 7. That's the right weight too.
Yeah.
That's the one that come from Pat Weezy. So we got Weezy and Wise together on that one, if you can imagine it. And I threw my son-in-law in the middle of it. We got Weezy, Wise, and Zwern on that one coming up. Probably still can't get nobody to fit a back leg. I haven't seen Pat and Nancy today. It's pretty green up there yet. I don't think they'd be cutting silage yet, but you never know.
You never know.
You guys got started in your area?
Oh, the guys that are shutting silage, they're done.
They're done.
We turned brown here in this last week. If you didn't have it done, you were too late because it turned really brown real bad this last week here.
This time
it's gotten dry, and I mean, we're all dry land down there, but boy, it didn't take long with it hot last weekend to turn stuff pretty brown. So
I've been known to have to start. We're custom, have somebody do it custom, and a lot of times I even took the back road home last night to see if anybody was going yet, and I sure didn't see any running, and I was kind of relieved. That's kind of that's a large change.
Yeah.
In a short area, I mean, we don't live 100 miles apart.
No. But no, with us being all dry land, it just don't take. When it got hot there, it just, we hadn't had a good rain for quite a while now. We did get a little this week, but it's gotten a little dry for us.
We'll break down your results coming out of the middleweight class 1. FFA market steers, blues in class order to 200 feet later with the FFA. Britton Philton of Scotts Bluff FFA, also picking up a blue. Braylon Martinson of Elgin FFA. Purples in class order to Cale Toppenheim of Amherst FFA. Strahan of Fillmore Central FFA. Second place purple in class goes to Brooke Rosshammer of Amherst FFA. Purple, congratulations to Colton Rasmussen representing Booth Central FFA.
We'll pull them in.
That's in class 2 FFA middleweight market steers.
Hope if you're watching, when this gets over this afternoon, remember they're going to they put on quite a cool production here with the Champion Drive. They'll do it like the Ford deal. We'll have all of the species will be out here being recognized and stuff. And on this particular side, on the FFA side, Amy Huxwell came here a while ago and reminded me that one of the things up for grabs is the Champion Market Animal is going to receive use of a new Wilson trailer for a year. Last year's champion, Weston Robinson, got to keep his. They got an option to buy him out for a very reasonable price. So it's a pretty big deal.
good class and maybe a little more challenge to kind of piece together, but I do think this pair of steers that came to the front did so fairly handily, and between them, the black and white steer's just fresher. He's neater in his chest floor. He's more picked up from that point back in terms of his body shape. He's more youthful about his look from the profile. Just balance. He owns that advantage in this particular drive and the way his neck ties in. Hey, more importantly, he's got body shape. He's got some power up high and out through his hip. We could just modify him going right away from you in terms of his base width and maybe just add a little more punch up high in a perfect world. But that steer in this class owns the balance advantage and is still the most youthful about his look from the profile. This gray steer in 2, I love his feature in his foot underneath of this steer. He's one of the sounder structured steers we've seen probably so far. He's big-bodied. He's stout in terms of his hip, and he does have more base width than that steer that leads off. Now, he's a little older, a little more stale about his head, his neck, and down through his chest, and that kind of shows when he's in motion. He wants to drop there. He doesn't get quite as balanced. That's a good pair of steers because what they lack in an area or two, the other one picks up the slack. So congratulations to both those kids. This one here in 3, I felt like he was the next most practical made steer in terms of body shape, in terms of muscle. Now, compare him to those two, a little too plain and just maybe generic about his look, but that's a good kind of a steer. That's pretty sound. He's got some body. He's got some muscle shape to go along with it. The steer that circles next, really the next pair, I debated a little harder on because they're both very similar. They're both very expressive in their shape, up high and from behind, high cutting kind of steers. They just need more body. They need to hit me a little more practical. I thought this one did have the advantage in terms of shoulder and his body shape just a little bit over the white steer. The next pair that round out here, this steer, good in terms of just shape up high. He's got plenty out of the back of his shoulder. I thought he got just a little deep in his chest and a little off in his flank. And then the young lady here closing us, pretty sound, pretty big-bodied kind of a steer that just needs to be fresher in terms of his kind. A good class, maybe a little more challenge to sort through some of them. But again, these kids are working hard. Let's give them a big round of applause.
All right. And winning middleweight class 2 is Cade Croker from Perkins County FFA. Second in that class goes to Casey Nelson. Third goes to Mallory Rima. Can't read my own writing. Fourth goes to Tanner Hansen. Fifth to Brayton Blank. Sixth to Allie Smith. And seventh to Tally Brown. Leading in now, middleweight class 3. We got 6 head coming in here, weighing 1357 to 1365. So we only got about an 8-pound, 11 pound right there. Yeah, no, 8 pound. I'm right first time. We quit thinking and adding at the same time. We got Adam Alfs, Cade Stratman, Kanan Pelster coming in 4th. We should see Weston Robinson coming in next. And last year's champion steer exhibitor.
Yeah.
And Wyatt Geiger falling out the class. So we're kind of back to the heat and thunder, I would say.
Yeah.
Just talking about that trailer. At the end of the day, the champion trailer, there's a group of people. Wilson is going to give away a Wilson livestock trailer lease for a year and then the option to buy it back out. And it'll be a very reasonable option. But Wilson trailer from Grand Island, Hawkswell Trucking helps sponsor that. Doran Cattle Company helps sponsor that. Henderson State Bank, Cooper Feeds, Dawson County Cattlemen, and Acres Equipment. So I mean that's a great thing. Another thing for the FFA show for the youth to be working for and winning. I mean that's a pretty big honor and a pretty neat prize to go along with all the money and all that.
Yeah.
taking that trailer, and it's dolled out. It's fixed right. It's a show trailer all the way, side door. And I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it in here. Last year, I think they did, didn't they?
Yeah, they brought it in
I think we
last
brought
year.
it in last year.
Working through this class of middleweight market steers, we want to say thanks to all the folks that are helping make our show today possible. Our FFA staff,
very good deal. Well, if you're just watching, if you're just tuning in, our judge for today, Kendall Reitzenstein from Colorado.
We've got our head of the animal science department at University of Nebraska Lincoln, Deb Van Overbeck. Appreciate her being with us here today, as well as our Nebraska FFA officers, Alexa Tolman from Crawford, Nebraska, and Reagan Cho of Plainview, Nebraska. Again, a lot of folks helping make the show possible. Tell them thanks here and supporting today's Year Today.
She's got 3 really good steers still left out there. Be Adam Alf in the front, Kinsley Krebs in the middle, and Weston Robinson all in that 1360 to 65 range.
Oh, they're real good. She's going to circle these 3 Tim.
Yeah, but I don't blame them.
They're real nice.
Yeah.
She said she woke up with that class of market heifers. This will do the same thing
yeah,
here.
This will give her afternoon espresso.
Yeah.
Get to start looking at days and figure out. And they are different. I mean, you got to tie to something or the other. Now the Alf calf leading the way. I mean, he's a powerhouse. Oh. Our buddy Benjamin just checked in that white-tailed steer that Robinson's showing. Come off the Lancaster National.
Mm-hmm.
Be Here I Am.
Yeah.
I believe Orange Crush up there came from Stoltz's. I keep saying that. This one I really think did. No?
I don't think it did.
Oh, I do.
Well, maybe it
Who
did.
do you think?
Well, it has Joe Hare's tag in his ear, if I can read right from here.
Well, but everybody's done that before.
No, I know that, but.
So that's a hair deal, too?
I don't know. That's what it looks like to me.
It could be. I thought maybe they've just been helping with them. I thought they had it, or maybe,
maybe it was.
3 of them. You might be right. Maybe Johnny got him from him or whatever. So the Lancaster National's going to win. It's not going to matter because Joe's going third for a change. No, I mean not for a change. Joe's been winning the world. He's got a great set.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that's what it said.
No, maybe you are.
So once you get aside from that and talk about the big picture things, this one is the freshest. He's the biggest backed. He's the biggest in terms of his hip and his pin set and his stifle. From the side, I feel like he's the longest ahead of his shoulder. He's the longest from the point of his loin to his upper pin set, and that allows him to balance the best, in my opinion. Now, he's a little out there in his elbow. He needs to be intensified in his rear foot, and he needs just a little more base width if you take him from hock to ground. Like I said, I'd like to alter all 3 of these moving. Aside from that, he is so big-backed. He's fresh. He's the freshest in his upper rib cage and really impressive in his upper pin placement. Still puts it together like a show steer from the side. The one here in 2, to me, he's just a basic, good kind of a steer. I do read him sounder structured than the steer in 3. I do read him better in his shoulder and his front end quality than the steer in 1. Now, of the 3, he's probably the plainest in terms of his back shape and out through his hip design, but I do like his build. I do like his body type, and I thought he had just a little more punch right behind his shoulder and how he drew back into his flank than the steer here in 3. Steer here in 3 has got a neat look of top line quality. When he stops and shows himself off, he'll give you a really good look. He's awesome colored, good down his top. You know, he's big backed. When you get your hands on him, that thing's got a big back in behind his shoulder. Going right away, he needs to be stouter. Of the top 3, he's the flattest in terms of his pin set, the flattest in terms of his lower quarter, and gets a little off moving in terms of his loin. Again, I'm being pretty critical on a top trio of steers that are all very high quality. I just want to describe the details. This one here in 4, I don't know if he injured himself or what happened, but this thing at the standstill has got some pieces that are hard to make. He's big-footed. He's big in terms of his bone work. He's burly in terms of his hip design, his body shape, his shape in behind his shoulder. In motion, something's just not working right today. He's not getting out and going. He looks to be a little ouchy, a little off in terms of his shoulder design. Fresh-haired, really big-backed, really big in terms of his pin set. The next pair of steers ran into a really tough class. This steer is big-bodied, he's big-boned, he's big-footed, just a good kind of a steer, just gets a little too plain from the side. Then the steer that closes us, real long, extended, pretty steer that's good down his top, just too hard, just too extreme here in this middleweight class. Really a good class, pretty challenging to sort through some details. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids on all their hard work.
Boy, all it takes is a rock.
Yeah.
First in that class, Weston Robinson from Wilcox Hildreth. Second in that class, Kinsley Krebs from Gordon Rushville. Third in that class, Adam Elfs from Shickley. Fourth, Cade Stratman from West Point. Fifth in that class was Kanan Pelster from Boone Central. FFA, sixth in the class then would be Wyatt Geiger from Red Cloud. Again, Weston Robinson winning that class. Calf, we found out, come from the Lancaster National. Good buddies Ben Waldright and Scotty Heinrichs. So now we've got heavy middleweights. Steers weighing 1376 to 1390. Should have 5 entries in the class. Starting out will be Tate Pruis, Anna Carnop, Alexis Billeter, Tally Tranovic, and McKinley Stoller. 1376 to 1390. Pete, is that the one from you or is it the other one? Is this the one that coming up from you or is it the other one? This is the, like the, huh? Okay, gotcha.
Well, it don't look like it got no easier here, Tim.
No, it did not. Have you heard they don't have a, if you're just tuning in, I know, we're going to have the champion drive. Do they have a time? We need to probably find out. I wonder if they're shooting for 5 o'clock or 6
I'm pretty sure it's
o'clock or-
3:30.
Oh, it is that early.
Yeah. That's what it said. I looked last night on the schedule,
Well, that's what it is.
the state fair schedule, and it said 3:30. Now,
Yeah.
that was what I
That's
saw
usually a
online
pretty
for the
big
deal
deal.
there,
I
and I'm
just
pretty sure
kinda
that's
want-
what it was 3:30, if I remember. That's what I saw last night. So, and that, and it's 1:40 now, and we're down to 3 classes and that. So,
You what?
I said you switched sides. I didn't know where you were.
On that last class, I just got another text. That Krebs steer come from Matt Copeland down in.
oh, really?
Yep.
That was a nice calf.
Yep. And actually, he found him from the man himself. He come from K-Bar Ranch. Mr. Dean Kephart
Oh,
raised
really?
that one originally. I'll tell you what, there's one of the guys that invented this silly thing we do every day.
Yeah.
Matt said to remind us that not everything sells in September because it sells in October. But September's fixing to heat up.
Well,
Okay.
she's got 3 nice ones to sort through there.
Boy, for sure. I'm sure. I assume the Billeter's got to be a Dickie Dorn project. Different there. And the one in the Mid-Atlantic Carn up, that's one Pat Weezy raced. My son-in-law Levi's wearing, and Pat Weezy, my extra son, Remington Wise found. Oh, Demolition Derby. About had a crash. I think the nerves are out there right about now. Heavyweight, middleweight steers weighing 1360. Yeah, this is kind of right about where it's supposed to be.
Now the kid in the front there, Tim, that looks like
Pruitt?
Yeah,
Tate Pruitt?
it says it's from Takema Herman School, but I think that sure looks like the kid that showed at Washington County Fair.
Well,
on that deal there.
That would be just no, Takema wouldn't be
very
just
far north, and so if that's him, that's Mark. That would be if that's who that is. That's Mark Langren calf.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure that's the boy.
You are exactly right. They had him at the showdown too.
Yeah.
I know that's a Mark. You're right.
Yep. Okay.
So we got a Mark Langren, and we got a PW3. I think just dang near. Instead of BW3, we got Pat, Wheezy, and
that. But no, in that. So.
Milliners. Seen him go.
That builder one, he's a little up. He's alert.
He is. Yeah. Decision time. I know one thing for sure. One of three kids that did a very good job is going to come in third and wonder why. And it's too bad because they all three are.
Well, no,
really
this
good.
is a deal, Tim. This is what we like to see, though.
That's right.
You get to these classes, this weight range.
Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of them classes. There's just 5 in here, and these
fit
last two
and
steers.
dressed and ready, and
these last two steers are real nice steers.
You
You know what I'm saying? They're just not quite to the caliber of them top three, and them top three are they're just real good. I mean, and one of them's going to have to be third.
They're all different too.
Well, yeah, they're all a little different.
Different kind. How you want to.
That's how you got to decide what you want to do with them.
And I think she's ready to come to the microphone. I didn't see what she did.
Very good class, and much like the last one, we got a trio on the top end, and they're all different flavors, and you could maybe switch them up and describe them how you see them. I'm going to tell you what I see, because I think there's some give and take, and yet I hope we can all agree on this steer that leads off is the most manly about his body shape. He's a wide-chested, stout forearm steer that's good about his head shape and his neck, and I think that allows him to facilitate back. This view right here is awesome about his center body. He is the biggest back steer, in my opinion. Not only looking at it, get your hands on him. He's the biggest behind his shoulder and in his loin edge. From the side, we could pick apart and describe structure differently within all of us. He's not perfect. He's maybe a little out up front and toes in. He's maybe sets down a little more closed up than ideal from behind. Is he slacking too much? I don't think so. In a perfect world, we could stouten him up right here in his upper pin set, but down low and in the middle part, he's still got shape. He's still got width of chest, and it convinces me he's big-bodied. Everything facilitates back and balances like a fat steer should from the profile. It's a good steer. Orange steer that comes in two. Beautiful presentation on this steer. He too is huge in terms of his back shape. That's an impressive back that comes out of the back of his shoulder. Standing still, I love this steer's look. I love his freshness up front. He, too, is good-bodied. You know, get in behind him, and I know I critiqued our class winner. I don't think this one has quite as much either in terms of his pin width and power. I think he has plenty, though. In motion, he's a little sound. He's sound in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He gets a little off in terms of his loin edge and perhaps doesn't balance quite as consistently in his body line as our class leader. That's a good pair. The one here in 3 is a very good steer as well. And to be completely honest with you, of the top 3, this is the biggest hip steer in my opinion from the rear view. He's the biggest in his pin set. He's the biggest in his upper hip and down into his stifle. He gives you a good look from the side. To me, he comes in the most pieces. He's a little piecey up front in terms of the angle to his shoulder and the way he sets up front and the way he blends into his forerib, to me, is the most concerning down low back into his flank. That's a big hip steer that's still fresh up high and gives you a good look. Awesome trio of steers to describe. Nothing taken away from these 2 here because they landed in an extremely good class. This is a good steer in terms of smoothness. He handles very consistently. He's got some shape, just a little too fragile at the surface, maybe a little off in terms of balance. Same could be said for this steer here. Deep and soft and practical, good cattle, not quite sound enough, doesn't have the extras as those ones that precede him. Really a good way to finish out here our middle division. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
All right, winning a tough class. Good job describing them. You know, one thing about it, Kendall can make you see what she's seeing. Winning that class, Alexis Billiter from Bertrand Loomis. Second in that class goes to Tate Pruis from Takema Herman. Third, Anna Carnop from West Point. Fourth goes to McKinley Stoller of Juanita Palisade. And fifth to Tally Travanek from Scotts Bluff. Coming in now, we're going to have our champion Division 2. We're going to class winner out of Class 1 be Colton Rasmussen with his steer weighing 1320. Class 2, we've got Weston Robinson coming in.
No, Class 2 will be Kate Croker.
Oh, we got 4 classes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got one ahead of you. Class 2 was Colton Robinson weighing 13. Class 2 would be Cade Croker weighing 1335. Class 3, now we've got, get ahead of myself, and then Class 3 we've got Weston Robinson weighing 1365, and then the class we just seen of Alexis Billiter's weighing 1385. That's a pretty impressive lineup.
Yeah, very good.
And they said everybody thought the Thunder was coming this week. You know, you can fit them and do it all here. And, you know, this is kind of no-holds-barred old-time steer show. And
The show rating here for our Middleweight FFA Market Steer Division Championship Drive at Nebraska State Fair. First coming out of Class 1. First place purple in class, Colton Rasmussen of Luke Central FFA. And Brooke Bosshammer of the Amherst FFA chapter. Again, those out of Class 1. Coming to us out of Middleweight Class 2, Casey Nelson of the Ansley FFA chapter. And Kate Croker representing Perkins County. Middleweight Class 3. First place purple in class, Weston Robinson of Wilcox Silver FFA. And Kinsley Krebs of the Gordon Rushville FFA chapter. Middleweight Class 4, Tate Bruce representing Takema Herman FFA, and Alexis Billiter of Bertrand Loomis. Again, that'll round out your division championship drive. Let's go ringside as our judge makes your division championship selections here at the fair.
well, here we are ringside. Let's go ringside, he says. By God, we got something in front of us here now. Those are 8 awfully good show steers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a little recon here. Well, it should take a little time.
Well, there's many times, Tim, as we're watching the division, we kind of got an idea what they're thinking. But, boy, I'll tell you what, we can make a case for all 4 of these steers standing out in front of us. I mean, they're all very good and probably just a nickel bit different, but, boy, they're all good, and you can make a case to use any one of them, it looks like to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Rasmussen's Baldy, I mean, you dang sure talk about pretty and balance and 13-20, you know, if you want to go a little better all the way up to the big one. I mean, there's a lot of pairs and differences in how they move. We're going to move them a couple times here.
Okay, here we're going to have comments from our judge.
Here she is.
Really, really good middleweight drive, and I am going to take a little extra time and describe them to you and kind of what's going through my mind, because I think it's close out here, very, very close. And a matter of fact, I think the class out, or the pair out of the Class 1, a good second place steer that was very practical. This one that won, I think, of the lineup is the best-looking calf out here. I mean, he's picture perfect from the profile, dialed in terms of just color and where his white lays, and it draws you in. He's fitted perfect. His lines are awesome. Now, he's got plenty of muscle from behind. When the water gets deep out here, does he have enough back shape? It's borderline for me. He could use just a little more shape in behind his shoulder and the way he draws into his forerib. I'm telling you, that thing is sporty from the side in terms of his color, his body texture, his shape out of his hip. It's a good pair. The pair out of the second class, I thought a little different, and the one that led us off was just a little bit fresher, a little bit neater from the profile, and picked up in his chest floor and the way his neck tied into his shoulder. He's a long hip steer here amongst the set of them. Now, he's just a little staler maybe at the handle, maybe not quite as expansive and explosive up high, but that's still a good steer. The gold steer, the gray steer there, real sound structured, real big-footed, real punchy in terms of his hip, maybe a little off in terms of his chest floor and off behind his shoulder. The last 2 classes, I thought the water got quite a bit deeper. This pair that came out, that second place steer, fundamental, correct, pretty practical kind of livestock, and he's good in terms of his body shape. My question to me myself was, is he just a little too plain up high? Is he just a little too plain out of his hip? And I thought within that pair he was. This painted up steer comes to us, and of the lineup, he is the freshest back, and he is the most genuine in terms of his upper pin set, his lower quarter and stifle. Get your hands on him and really trust your eyes. I think he feeds just very fresh shape up high. He balances really nice from the profile. Just looks like a fat steer about his head, his neck, down and through his chest floor. His consistency of body line, I'm not going to stand out here and tell you he's the deepest or the softest or the boldest in terms of his body, but what I will say is everything matches from his chest floor, his forerib back into his flank. We could critique him on his structure. We can critique all of them. They're showing on a hard surface. He could set down just a little more comfortably in terms of his hawk and his pastern, maybe gets just a little outside of himself up front. But again, I'm going to forgive him, because to be that stout and to be that fresh, you maybe have to give up in an area or two. I don't think it's causing a big issue. This pair out of the second class, that gold steer, really neat from the standstill and from the profile. He's good about his head, his shape. He is big-backed and really impressive from that view. Gives you a good look. In motion, he gets maybe just a little off in terms of his loin and his hip, but still a good steer. This class winner of the lineup, awesome-bodied from the side. I think his body shape is the most impressive from his forerib, his mid-body back into his flank. He, too, looks like a fat steer about his head, his character up front, his chest floor. He's big-boned, big-footed, too. And, much like the steer that won the class right before him, he's got maybe just a little more chest, or just width the chest, per se, in terms of his elbow. But for what's to come behind that, I think he expands back into his body. His lower hip shape is good. I think his back shape's impressive. When you get right up on him, I don't know how much shape he has in the upper part of his hip, and just a little plainer to the edge of his stifle in a comparative sense to the steer right in front of him. Is he slacking muscle? No, he's not. These are little details. I'd like to stouten him up, make him just a little more genuine in terms of his pin set. This is an awesome lineup of cattle. Again, I broke them down. I hate critiquing cattle so hard because it's so hard to put these things together, but I do want to describe my details and my differences. Awesome job to these kids. We're going to get you a top 2. Let's congratulate them.
All right, here we go. And there we go, out of Class 3. Weston Robinson coming right at him again. Weston's calf come from Scotty Heinrichs and been up. Here I Am Whiskey, come off the Lancaster National. And that'll bring in, who does that bring in?
Kinsley Krebs.
Kinsley Krebs with K-Bar. Yep, going to be Alexis. Now the big division. Reserve's going to be Alexis Billiter from the Bertrand Loomis FFA. Well, that was a great division for sure.
Yeah, great division. So,
boy, you can tell everybody's looking. They gathered the folks.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I thought our crowd was a little small today compared to the 4-H show, Tim. But boy, here just
they're here now.
Just in the last 45 minutes, she really filled out there.
It's only 2 o'clock. That thing took a while.
No, it did. But no, what I'm saying is they got here to see this. So. Okay, coming in the ring now will be class number 8. It's our first class of the heavyweight division. There are 6 head in this class, and they range in weight from 1403 to 1418. There are 3 classes in the heavyweight division, and this is the first class of that division with 6 head weighing 1403 to 1418.
Very, very good steer here to lead us off and wins in a smoke show. Very nice from the side in terms of balance, in terms of look, in terms of skeleton. He's big-footed. He's got plenty of muscle up high. He's impressive at the standstill in terms of his shape from behind. But I guess to me, when you watch this steer come right at you, look at his chest floor and watch him go away. He matches his shape that he has up high, down low. Good steer. This one here in 2, I thought to me he represented just a show steer in terms of his balance, in terms of his looks and proportion. He's got some shape and some natural turn to his lower quarter and stifle. He needs to be sounder structured to compete with that one that precedes him today. But this is a good steer, young man. You've done a nice job with his hair. He's got some shape. He's got some dimension, especially from behind. Just needs to be sounder. A good Brockle steer here that is quite a bit sounder than the one that we lead off with right ahead of him in terms of his rear skeleton and up front, just too plain in terms of his kind. I didn't read him to have quite as much balance, quite as much eye appeal, but a good steer. We circle these next few out. This next one is long and extended, got a neat presence up front about just length of neck, length of hip. I just felt like he didn't have quite enough muscle down low or in his lower quarter and stifle. A good steer that is really good in terms of smoothness of finish, real long, real good about his hip design, just a little plainer about his shape. And then we close the class with a steer that does have a little more muscle, does have a little more fill and cover right behind his shoulder, just gets a little cut up in terms of his flank and in terms of his muscle. Really a good class, awesome winner there on the top side.
The results from Class 8 heavyweight market steers. First place goes to Colin Verpka from the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter. Second goes to Ace Wolf from the Lawrence Nelson FFA chapter. Third goes to Bailey Hall from the McCool Junction FFA chapter. Fourth, Michael Settling from Elgin. Fifth goes to Gentry Fredrickson from Wisner Pilger. And sixth goes to Madison Worrell from Eustis Farnham. At this time, class number 9, the second class of heavyweights, will be entering the ring. There are 6 in this class, and they weigh from 1424 to 1459.
Just had a good buddy of mine, Scott Trenopole. He's just down here watching. He's waiting to be a grandpa here. You know, Jesse Hoblin and his daughter Claire are just ready to eat. She said 7 days ago when I saw her here last week, and they're still not. Haven't had him yet.
Yeah, they told us to watch last week to make sure she didn't go into labor while she was sitting there. You know, they told us to keep an eye on her.
I guess she's here today yet again. I told him I could find him a horse to ride over here. I guess or something maybe.
Well, I guess they'll have it when they just ain't quite ready to come out and see us yet.
So Colin wins that class with a Joe Hare calf. Ace Wolf. That's probably, I know they help them. That's maybe be a Wise Brothers deal, I believe.
Oh,
Yep. Now we're just talking. Trinapoles lost their whole. They have one of the barns, the house, and all that stuff together. It's beautiful, and I mean, I don't know how many trophies and banners and things you'd might think that the Tranapole family has won in all of them years. And they had some kind of leaker, so it blew up, burned the whole thing down. He just said 7 hours. They fought that fire from 1 in the morning till 7 in the morning. Thank God no people, cattle, or anything else were,
Yeah, that's still not good, but boy, that's great that nobody was hurt, though. So
got a clean place, haven't started. They got to have a sale coming up here in November. And that's a lot of work.
Supervised agricultural experience program put into good use here to show at the Nebraska State Fair. Kendall grew up in Percy, Colorado on a 250-head cattle operation. Has extensive show experience. She's been an All-American after undergrad. She was an assistant coach.
So whoever wins this trailer is going to earn this trailer, I think, Danny.
Yeah. No, that middleweight division was real good. And, well, I'll tell you right now, these first 2 classes of the heavyweights, that was a real good steer that won that last class. And, boy, there's a few in here that aren't. They're going to hold their own, and it'll make it difficult, looks like, because there's a couple real good ones in this class as well.
Well, we got Huxley in here. We got Brayson Huxwell. Colton Croker again. Got a class winner in the last deal. Avery Custer, Jace Prince from Clarkson, Brianna Bosshammer. And Dylan Russell. Not a lot of doubt who Brianna's mom is there, is there?
No.
Hair's a little different color other than that. Not a lot.
Well, the heat just keeps coming. This is a good class, a good trio of steers on the top end to evaluate. The one that leads off, I guess, of the top two, he's fresher. He's fresher about his head, he's fresher about his neck and the base of his chest. Watch these cattle come right at you. He stays a little more genuine in terms of his elbow and his knee and his front foot placement. He's a sounder structured steer to me that's longer hipped and further reaching out of his rear skeleton. More importantly, this steer's stouter from behind. He's more genuine in his upper pin placement. He's stouter and more genuine and fresher in the turn and the pop he has to his lower stifle. You know, every once in a while he'll get just a little up in his loin. I'd like to fix that just a little, but with that much muscle, it's not causing a huge issue. This thing in second's got huge legs and huge features underneath of him. He's a stout forearm steer, probably the stoutest forearm steer we've seen so far, and he's still big in terms of his back shape. For as much as he has from his loin forward, from behind, you know, he maybe just gets a little out in terms of his skeleton. He's pretty stout in terms of his upper pins, but to me, as you take him down to the surface, maybe doesn't match it. I didn't think he was quite as neat ahead of his shoulder as our class leader, maybe not quite as athletic when the cattle are asked to go. Again, I'm being critical. Young man, you've done a great job on this steer. That thing's burly. He's tough in terms of his bone work and his build. In terms of his foot size, good pair of steers. There is nothing taken away from this steer in third because this thing's as practical as they come, from his center body to his mid body back into his flank. He's still pretty fresh, just about his head and the top side of his neck. Now, down in his chest, he's got a dab of it, but to me, his biggest downfall is when you watch the cattle go right away from you, he needs to be stoutened up from this view right here in his upper pin set, his lower quarter, and his stifle, and just have more clearance in his hocks. From the side, though, that thing is so practical. He's so good in terms of his center body shape all the way to his flank. This is a good steer in four that landed in a tough class, and he's big and he's burly about his body. He's equally as stout as some of those ones that we preceded him with. He's maybe just pushing a little too much on him for me when you get your hands on him, but from his shoulder forward, he's got just too plain about his head shape and the crest of his neck there. It's a good steer just in terms of basics of muscle and body. Long extended steer that comes next. This knee ahead of his shoulder, long out of his hip. With that extension, though, we got to have a little more turn, a little more shape up high and from behind, but like him from the side. This thing does have a little more punch, a little more muscle shape up high in terms of width of chest and shape from behind than the one we just talked about. Just needs to be extended everywhere and just a little sounder structured. Another really, really good class of heavyweight steers.
Winning that class, Braxton Huxwell from McCook FFA. Second goes to Colton Croker from Perkins County FFA chapter. Third goes to Jace Prince from Clarkson. Fourth goes to Brianna Brosshammer from Amherst FFA. Fifth to Dylan Russell from Scotts Bluff. And sixth goes to Avery Cusser from the Lee FFA chapter. Coming in now, we got the big boys, Dan, 1465 to 1550. Got 8 in the class. Coming in, we got Eric Samuelson, Kaya Songster, Lexi Brown. Coming in fourth here will be Sydney Mentling. Fifth, Nicholas Gretke. Seventh is Fiona Caven. Eighth will be Hayden Schroeder. Ninth will be William Skibinski.
First place for full congratulations to Grayson Hoxwell of McCook FFA. And those are your results coming out of heavyweight class 2. We'll wrap up our heavyweight classes with our final class 3 here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Now it looks like we got another substitute showman here for Hayden Schroeder in this class. That's why I was counting here, Tim, because I knew that didn't look like Hayden.
Yep. And
but she wrote a number, but I know Hayden. They
Not
show
in
sheep
Hayden.
as well, and I'll bet you he's
Well,
over on the other side doing a little sheep showing today.
They show quite a few hawks too, don't they? That might
Yeah,
be-
but I know they're into that sheep deal.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's Todd Schroeder's
That's Todd's boy, yeah.
That's Todd's boy, and I know they do. They get into that sheep deal and that, and so I'm sure he might be showing a lamb over there because that's why I was counting there, because I said that didn't look like Hayden there, and I was counting to see if we had the right number in here, and we do. So that's what we got there. So if you turn in to see Hayden,
that's a slick band girl, maybe, or
yeah. But no, if you turn in to see Hayden, he must be over on the sheep side, I suppose.
Better
so,
swap the other side. Oh, you might be able to see him over here.
Yeah, and that so.
Now, I have heard, I don't know for positive. I mean, I assume they're doing it like they did the 4-H show and do everything again.
Yeah,
in a grand
I'm sure
drive.
they did last year, and I'm sure on the schedule last night.
Yeah.
Or how did I read that? And so
I couldn't find it. I lost half of what I wrote.
no, I just looked it up from the schedule, tentative schedule from State Fair, and it says the FFA championship selection for the deal is at 3:30 today.
There we have it.
And so I think that's what they're
It'll
doing.
be worth
on.
tuning in. You know, they make a really neat deal of it and get all the species in front of everybody, and it'll be it's a great event.
I see that the goat show is completed, so he'll be done. They're still working on a few lambs over
Got
there.
our man Glenn over there.
But they're on the heavyweight crossbred, so they're into their last division. And I can just see this, just so you know, the last class of the lambs, Hayden Schroeder just won a class of Class 10. So
Well, now we know where Hayden is.
we knew where Hayden was. He was in that last class of lambs there, Tim. So, and that. So like I said, if you turn in to see Hayden here, just to let you know he did win a lamb class just now. So.
Nope. She's rolling right through these big boys. They're pretty straightforward. Now she's got three. Now she's got some decision to make. These last three. We got Eric Samuelson, Kaya Songster. Whoop, we got him. Here's our judge. He's ready.
Really a good final heavyweight class of steers over here. And we got a good top pair, really a top trio. This one that wins those easily, the stoutest and the freshest. And you get on top of him, study him with your eyes, get your hands on him. It doesn't matter. He is the biggest backed. He's the biggest in terms of his loin edge. He's expansive and just square in terms of his upper pin placement and out through his hip. He's a heavyweight, and he might just be a little off in terms of his shoulder and his front end there. Again, for this last class, that thing still looks fresh to me. He's good about his chest width. Everything matches from that point back. He's dialed in terms of presentation. Congratulations to that young lady. The paint that's going to be in 2 is no slouch, and he's really sound structured. I love his hip and his hind leg set. He, too, is awesome bodied. He balances pretty good from the side. He's got plenty of muscle. In comparison, though, in this view right here, doesn't open up quite as good right behind his shoulder. Just a little off in terms of his forerib there. That's a good pair, though, here in a heavier weight division. Congratulations to them. The steer in 3rd at the standstill, again, very good in terms of center body shape. Really deep and soft from his forerib, mid-body back into his flank. He just doesn't have as much muscle as those two. A little frailer at the surface, a little smaller in terms of his pastern and his ankle size there. But he gives you a good look. He's big in terms of his center body as well. Fresh hair coat and presentation on this steer. Young man, you've done a good job all summer. Really good in terms of just shape up high. He's big in terms of his upper pins. Down low, though, he doesn't match what he has up high. He gets a little flat, gets a little base narrow, but up high, I like his presentation and I like his look. These next 2 that circle out, this steer here has got some shape, got some body, just a little off in terms of his look and his balance from the side. This steer that circles here, young ladies, he's one that's very big from the rear view. He's probably one of the bigger hip steers and expressive steers in this particular class, just too tight in terms of his motion off of both ends of his skeleton. A big steer here that's got some bone and some feature and some foot, just too flat-sided and flat out of his quarter. And then we close the class with a young lady that's done a great job, big-bodied, real heavy-muscled kind of a steer that just needs to be relaxed in his top line, a little more collected from the side. Great way to finish us off here in the last breed drive. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
All righty, winning the heavyweight class was Hayden Schroeder. We were just talking, Hayden's having a great day. All of a sudden, you don't know where to go. He's got a lamb class on one side and a steer class on the other. You don't do that every day.
Within 5 minutes
you
of each
betcha.
other.
So Hayden Schroeder wins from Wisner Pilger. Second to Kaya Songster from the EMF FFA. Third goes to Eric Samuelson from the Palmer FFA chapter. Fourth is Nicholas Goretke from Riverside FFA chapter. Fifth goes to Sydney Mentling from Hayes Center. 6th is Fiona Caven from North Bend FFA. 7th is William Kavinsky from Ord. And 8th is Lexi Brown from Gothenburg. Okay, so we're going to have our division out there now. Class 1, weighing 1,415 pounds, Colin Verbka, division winner. Leading out second is Braxton Hawkswell from the McCook FFA with his steer weighing 1424. Third division, again, will be Hayden Schroeder with his steer weighing 1547. Now the second places are coming. Second in the lightweight. Their second light heavy was Ace Wolf from Lawrence Nelson. Second in the middleweight heavies coming is Colton Croker from Perkins County. And Kaya Songster second in the heavyweight class.
And Tim, I just looked up the reserve of that middleweight division. We didn't know what he was, and according, this is a pulse if they're correct. He was a chosen one out of a Simmental cow bred by Will Core.
Yep.
And sold by England show stock.
There we go. Well, that's awesome.
In that, so
that's too good. That's two great SC customers. I like to see that. And we make commission on him probably twice. Got him Will first.
And that, but
chosen one.
He's a chosen one. And that, so. And boy, I'll tell you what, this division didn't get no easier.
14-15 and 14-24, you got 9 pounds between them, and those classes were tight and the divisions were tight, and they can pull in a second and not give much up.
No, and, for a steer that weighs 1547, this last class winner, boy, that's just a pretty good steer at that kind of weight.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
he
there
holds
nothing-
himself together perfectly.
He holds
They're not
himself
rolling
real
him.
good, but boy, them
Every feed yard in the world would take thousands of them.
No, I know
that's
that.
perfect.
But them
And
first
still
two
hold
class
them.
winners are very
You
good.
bet.
So
And a little less elevation, probably a little more right for today as far as that. You
Yeah.
know, just got a little bit. But speaking of every feed yard in the world, his daddy don't manage a little one.
no, no.
Everybody wonders why we're talking about that, why there's so many from Cummings County that come down here and win fat steer shows. Well,
Yep.
they're responsible for literally hundreds of thousands of fed cattle every year
Yeah.
come out of there.
Yeah.
Again, if you're watching, I believe we're gonna take a break and start at 3:30 with our champion drive. But we'll probably let the big voice guy tell us for sure. We'll have to take a little time to get stuff straightened out, and I imagine I'll move some of the ring stuff around, but. Excited to see some of the other species too and see what got up through there. I haven't got really any reports or anything.
Well, Tim, I'll just let you know this because I'm watching the big board a little bit. That Michaela Settles that showed a market heifer here earlier today.
Yep.
She just won Class 11 of the old Market Lamb show.
Well, that's good. That's really good. I think Miss Kendall's ready to go to the microphone.
Well, she's still thinking,
Yeah.
but we're going to talk here in a second,
Yeah.
it looks like. But she's
Yep,
having
here
her
we
time
go.
to go.
This is fun. I love breaking down cattle, and I'm never going to apologize for maybe taking a little longer when they're this good. And much like the previous divisions, I know our Grand Drive isn't for a minute, but I do thoroughly enjoy breaking these things down. These are very good, very, very good class winners in respective seconds. This pair out of the first class, that second place steer, I thought he fit the closest to our champion in that class just in terms of muscle and in terms of look. He's maybe not in the same realm of just look and balance as you compare him to this black and white steer here. This thing of this lineup, if you get right in front of the cattle and right in behind the cattle, he is so true and so square and so wide and yet stays within inside of his skeleton. And to me, it really doesn't make sense for how stout he is, and yet he's still really good and hits his track absolutely perfectly every single time. Now, he balances up incredibly good from the side. I'm going to tell you the details and the differences between him and the steer right behind him. This one's probably not as tall at the point of his shoulder. And I know that might be a sheep term or something, but he's maybe not quite as tall and as elevated up front as the steer right behind him. Is he off in terms of look? Absolutely not. That thing is long-necked. He's stout-skulled. He's wide-chested. He's stout-armed. And I think his main advantage to this steer right behind him is the clearance he has from the top of his pin set to his hock to his surface is wider and stouter. And he still handles aggressively up high. Every once in a while, he'll get a little slouch in his top. I know they've probably been up a long time. He pulls himself together plenty good in motion. This pair out of the second class, that second place steer, big in terms of his limbs and his feature and his foot size and his muscle shapes there. Maybe didn't have the extras, a look and extension ahead of his shoulder as this one that leads. This one that leads is absolutely killer from the side. His front end quality and assembly, he is a little taller up front than that steer right in front of him. And his neck attaches to the absolute top part of his shoulder. He, too, is fresh in terms of his shape up high. He's sound structured. He's big-footed. He's big in terms of his hip. Here's where a little comparison happens. You watch him come at you, and you watch him go right away. Is he quite as stout as that steer we just talked about? Maybe not. He doesn't have quite as much just genuine width in terms of his hock placement, or maybe his genuine width in terms of his knee and his front arm. But like I said, he's not light muscled by any means. That thing is a little fresher up front about his front end. And every once in a while, he's a sound structured steer. He gets up just a little bit in terms of his loin. Again, I hate breaking down cattle that hard, but when they're that good, you got to. This one out of the last class, this pair, a good heavyweight pair of steers that I thought came to the forefront in terms of freshness, in terms of look and balance. Out here, they're a little too plain, maybe a little too past their prime. This is an awesome division. This Grand Drive's about to be fun. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Hats off to these kids all day. If you're not sticking around, this has been an awesome show.
All right. Ready for Division 3.
Oh.
There we go. Colin Verbka.
Coming out of Class 1 is in line, Colin Burka, Shelby Rising City FFA. Congratulations, Colin.
That'll bring in Ace Wolf. Lawrence Nelson up. Braxton Hawkswell, pretty quick for reserve. That was a close pair, as it should have been. She didn't think very long. She didn't need to. That pair goes together very well.
Very well.
I know. So congratulations to them. It is.
Yep.
Champion of everything.
Well, Tim, we'll back at 3:30 because it's going to be very good, and
it's
that'll
going to be
an
worthwhile. And I'm
interesting
going to
deal.
tell you, these judges that are on the other side of the ring, you know, the lamb and the goat guys, we've got a couple great ones coming. You're going to see some good cattle in all species. But let's shut her off for just a minute here. We'll see you guys back here at 3:30.
Colin Burka.